favorite song on the piano, but you don't know what the chords are, and that makes you really sad. Let me turn your frown upside down. I got what you need. Welcome to my channel. Name is House of Jazz, the piano tutorial. Man, what's going on YouTube? Thank you so much for joining me for another live stream. Man, 3 of them every week, man. Woo! Lot of work, but we're here. We are here. And I just want to thank you all, for especially the dedicated ones that always make sure that they come through, say what's up, participate, and everything. And as you can see, I do have one other person that's already here to my right, Miss D, or should we call her music maker? Sorry, that's what she's calling herself right now. So what's going on with you, D?
Nothing much.
She's
Looking
just
at my new gear.
right. She's always buying new equipment. Right. She done got herself some new stuff. Mitch, so what's going on, man?
Hello,
Just
Mitch.
yeah, I like to always remind people, if you do not say anything, those that are in the chat room, if you don't say anything, we don't know that you're here. So definitely say hello to us so that we know that you are here. Killerbug 13, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Might be my first time seeing your name, so thank you for joining us. Mitch Show said, "Hey D, back to you." Uh, Jiwa, Jiwap. I know I'm mispronouncing your name, but thank you so much for joining. I definitely appreciate that. As some of you, well, hopefully all of you saw the name that was on the title for this live stream, what we're going to talk about tonight. So we will be getting into that. We just always like to allow a few minutes for people to come in, for us to say hello, everyone get acquainted, and all that good stuff. So again, if you're in the room and you don't say anything, we don't know you're here, so we can't say hello to you. So you said the best tutorial man ever for sure. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Um, but yeah, we're going to be looking at. We're going to stick with triad chords today.
Ah,
Yeah, we're going to stick with triad chords today, and we're going to look at. We'll probably look at the minor, even though I didn't name the room that, but we'll look at the minor chord. But then we're going to go even deeper than that. We're going to get into diminish, augmented. Okay, well, that's right. Then we're going to go into dominant 7. So we will be dealing with, one type of 7th chord too. So we're just building from what we've been doing. For those of you that were here Wednesday, you'll know that I started showing you. I gave you a pattern for figuring out your scales, all your major scales, and then we looked at how to build the major chord, major 7 chord, minor chord, and minor 7. So we looked at that. So we're just going to go to the very next level, and then we're going to start looking at diminished chords, augmented chords, and then dominant 7 chords is what we're going to do tonight. So hopefully, you'll stick around, and that lesson will begin momentarily. Again, we're just saying hello to everybody right now. So let me go back to, look at, Angela Cortez. Are you joining us tonight? Angela Cortez, you keep saying you want to join us. Good to see you always. Come on up here on the panel and join us. So we can crack jokes on you face to face and not just in the no, I'm just fine. KZ Low, how you doing? KZ Low, Mr. Dotson. I'll just call you Mr. Dotson. It's Junius. Okay, I guess that's your name. Junius, how you doing? And Fresh Sounds, Florida. What's going on, Fresh Sounds? Definitely one of the faithful ones that is normally here almost every time. Always appreciate seeing you. All right. Um, Let me see. Again, we're just waiting maybe another minute or two to see if anybody else comes in, and then we'll get into the lesson. And if we get enough people on the panel, we'll definitely go into our usual discussions and everything. Y'all know how we do. We like to run our mouths, but we trying to, before we do that, we like, got to teach a little something, something. You know what I'm saying? Trying to teach y'all a little something, something. You know what I'm saying? Little something, something about cards and stuff like that. So,
Oh God.
again, and if you're just joining us, I'll just say it one more time. If you are in the chat room and you don't say anything to us, we don't know that you're here. So definitely say hello so that we can say hello back. And like I said, we will be going into the theory lesson extremely soon, like very soon. All right. Kelvin Atkinson, from West Palm Beach. How you doing? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate having you here, Kelvin. Thank you so much. Oh, let me see. Angela said, I would love to be a part of the jokes, but I'm going to sit out and learn tonight. See, there you go. You always got a excuse, Angela. Always excuse. This is going on like a year now, right? You can learn and still be on on the panel, and we can still joke you and everything. You know how we do. Oh man, you know I'm just messing with you, right? Okay. Is there anyone else in coming through? Because if not, then I guess we can go hit on and start with the. Oh, she gave me the ha 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 ha. She probably it probably was real sarcastic, wasn't it, Angela? You probably was like ha 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 ha. Yeah, no, I'm just playing. What's going on, Mr. Ron? Music for life. Yay, yay, yay! He's in the house, Mr. Producer extraordinaire himself. What's going on, Sir Ron? Hey Ron, did you get that email that I sent you, man, with them chords, man? I showed you've been asking me for some chords. You've been trying to steal my chords, man. And I finally emailed you. Hopefully you got that email with them chords, man. Designed by Major. I have learned so much from you. God bless. Oh, God bless you too. Designed by Major, and definitely glad to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Ron, you did get the chords. All right. So how's the song coming along, man? I can't wait to hear what you do with those chords. For those of you wondering what I'm talking about, the song that I actually played when I literally started this live stream, it's also the song that is on my homepage on YouTube. Do you want to learn how to play your favorite song? You know that thing right there? Ron asked me to record myself playing those chords, and he was going to make a beat for it. He was going to make a track around it. So he asked me to do that weeks ago. I finally did it. I think it was after Thursday's live stream. So I'm definitely eager to, hear that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Ron said he'll be on in a minute. Okay. Okay, Nathan said he's going to be on until that Clark Sisters movie come on tonight. Yeah, I really want to see that movie too. So I know I'm going to have to look at the rebroadcast of it because I'll be on here. But I am definitely interested in seeing that movie about the Clark Sisters, no doubt. Mike A, you up in the house? What's going on? All right, 17 people in the room now. For those of you who are just joining in, we will momentarily be starting our lesson, our theory lesson, and we will be looking at diminished chords, augmented chords, and dominant seven chords. So stick around. You would right now we're just saying hello to everyone. Um Philip Mitchell, what's going on? Are you eating your salads, Richie Rich? No, I'm not eating salads. No, no, no. Not that. I'm not eating salads. I'm barely eating one meal a day, to be honest with you. Uh,
Oh, Lord have mercy.
yeah, to be honest with you, I was gonna say, yeah, a lot of days I'm barely even eating one meal, just because I'm just doing a lot of stuff and get caught up in things. So,
That's
Ronnie
not
Callen,
good.
Ronnie Collins from NYC, thank you for joining us. And Bev
Hello.
T. Oh yeah, I definitely remember your name, Bev T.
Yeah,
She says she's here, ready to learn. All right, so well, since you're ready to learn, I think we might be getting ready to start. We're gonna get ready to start this. Let me go ahead on it. I'm going to switch to my overview camera so we can look at the keyboard, and we're going to start looking at augmented chords, diminished chords, and then we're going to look at the dominant 7 chords. So all I gotta do is just click this button, click this button, click this right here, and voila! Now you can see the keyboard. Let me do a little zoom in. Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. All right. So um
we're gonna do it in
for
C.
those uh we'll probably be in the same key. I mean, I don't know what all the keys I'm gonna do. We'll
Okay.
see.
All
Nathan
right.
said, "What's up, D?" By the way, Nathan
What's up,
said, "What's up,
Nathan?
D?" Um, Again, for those of you that have been paying attention, or should I say, joining us, who've been looking at the live streams on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, we looked at building chords. We learned how to build major scales, and then build your major chord, minor chord, major 7, minor 7. Okay, so we did that kind of for 2 days straight. We did that on Wednesday. We revisited on Thursday. Okay, so now we're going to take it. So if you're here and you're like, I really don't even know how to do the regular chords, and you miss those previous live streams, then definitely just, when you get a chance, look at this past Wednesday's live stream, just the beginning part. You don't have to look at the whole 4 hours, because we don't do the lesson for 4 hours. We only do the lessons for like the first 20 minutes of the live stream. So you only have to look at the beginning, and then check out Thursdays. And then when this live stream is over, you can come back to today's, and you'll be able to get the next step. So we're going to take a look at those chords. We're going to obviously we'll just start with a C major chord. Again, hopefully everybody, most people know what a C major chord is. If they don't know any other chord, I promise you that I have kindergartners and first graders that I was teaching before this quarantine happened that could tell you, oh, C major, C, E, G. You know what I'm saying? So everybody know that, right? So we'll stick to that. Now, if you remember, oh yeah, we're going to do the sus chords too. I introduced suspended chords on Thursday, so we'll look at the suspended chords again today. All right. So I'll just do the one hand for right now. C, E, G, that's your C major chord. And of course, we said to make a major chord minor, we'll review that real quick. You just take the third note of the C scale, which is E, right? And drop it down a half step. Now you got C minor, right? Simple enough, right? Not too hard to understand, okay? Now, what I showed yesterday, or should I say on Thursday, that some people did not know, was the sus chord, or is really suspended. But when you're looking at sheet music and stuff, and people write out chords, they usually just write sus. So that's all. It's just a shortcut. And I showed you how to do a sus4 chord and then a sus2 chord. So in order to do a sus4 chord, okay, we're looking at C major. What you're going to do is, instead of playing this third, which is the E, and instead of lowering it a half step, you're going to raise it a half step. So you're going to, instead of going to the left, you're going to go to the right. And when you do that, this E lands on the F. Okay, what we call that a C sus4 chord. Okay. And then if you want to resolve it, you go back to C major. So listen to the sus and then listen to the major. Now, the way that I usually, for my ear, it's like when you're playing a sus chord, usually you're left wanting some type of resolve. You know what I'm saying? In music, there's rules in music, and then there's no rules in music. There are plenty of songs. I just did a duet with a young lady named Claudette about a week and a half ago, called "The Blessing," and I literally ended the song on a sus chord. So I mean, I'm not saying you can never end on a sus chord. However, usually if you're at the end of the song and you want to just do something to make people think you're doing a whole lot, what you were doing, let's say we're playing C, let's say we're in the key of C, And let's say you're in the key of C, right? And you're doing 1 4 5, right? So you got 1 4 5 and back to 1, right? And you're going around, you do it again. 1 4 5, then 1. Now let's say this is going to be the last time you do it. Some people will go 1 4 5, and then they'll go sus, and then they resolve it. You know what I'm saying? So that's usually some people was asking, how do you know when and where to place chords? That's usually a good spot right there to place a chord. Um is like if you, and I mean, it doesn't have to be the end of the song. I'm not saying it has to be at the end of the song, but I'm just saying that's a popular spot when you're getting ready to end a song, and you kind of just, okay, and you can do that in any key. It doesn't matter which key you're in. This one of the other keys we looked at the other day was F major. So if you're playing the F major chord, right? That's FAC, right? And let's say you want to do a F sus4 chord, you can go, and then you can go. So, that's all we did. And all we did again is we took the third note of the scale, of the F major scale, in the key of F. F is 1, G is 2, A is 3. You take the third and then you raise it up a half step. And then you can bring it back down. Okay. And that works no matter which major chord you're playing. I think we looked at E flat, if I'm not mistaken, the other day. So let's take a look at an E flat major chord. So if you're playing the E flat major chord, which is E flat, G, and B flat, right? So if you take the third note in the key of E flat is 1, F is 2, G is 3. So if you take the third and raise it a half step, then you'll have a sus4. So you got that, and then you can go. Okay, same thing. Okay, and you can do, again, you can do that with any major chord that you're playing. All you have to do is take the third note of the scale, or the third note that's in that one is not the third note in your chord. Usually it's the second note in your chord if you're in root position. But the third note of the scale and raise it, and then you bring it back down. Those are sus4 chords. But you also have chords that are called sus2. Okay, so don't get confused, especially if you're like me and you like to get sheet music and you don't necessarily read the actual grand staff. You're not really reading the treble clef and the bass clef. You're really mostly looking at the chords at the top. Please know and understand that there is a difference when you see a sus4 chord and when you see a sus2. I will also, let me throw this out there. Usually at least with the pop music, like, popular music or whatever, and you have the sheet music, a lot of times they won't tell you that it's a sus4 chord. Sometimes you might see something that might say C sus, and you won't see the number 4. It'll just say C sus. When you don't see a number next to sus, always assume that they're telling you to do a C sus4. Okay. All right. 9 times out of 10, or to be honest with you, I can actually say 10 times out of 10 for myself. If you're looking at a chord sheet, maybe you bought a chord sheet from me. Usually on my chord sheet, I always put the number down. I'll say whether it's a 2 or a 4. Um, so if you looking at chords and you only see sus and that's it, and there's no number, assume that it's a sus4. And usually they'll always do they'll put the 2 in there. If they want you to play a sus2, if they meant it to be a sus2, they pretty much will always give you the sus2. So now that we're talking about a suspended 2, why don't we look at, okay, so we already said, so we back on C major, sus4, and then you go back to the root position. Now a sus2 is basically when you take the root You know what I'm saying? And you get rid of the root with, in this case, we're looking at C major. We get rid of that and we move the root over to the second note of the scale, which is usually a half step higher than the root. Okay. So in C major, C is the root, right? So go up a whole step. When you go up a whole step, you're on what? The second note of the scale. And then you can then and of course, if you want to resolve it, you can bring it back down. Okay, so you got C major, and then you can take, like I say, you take your the first note, bring it over. That's a sus2. Okay, and then sus1. So listen to what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to play a sequence right now. I'm going to play the root, then I'm going to play sus4, then I'm going to play the root, then I'm going to play sus2, and then I'm going to go back, and then I'll play the root chord again. So here we go. Okay, so you get that. So again, root, sus4, root. Now here's the sus2, and then you got your root again. Okay, so now that's just a review from yesterday. From, I keep saying yesterday, from Thursday's episode. Okay, so those are the suspended. Now let's get back to this. Let's take a look at what do we have to do to take a major chord and make it a augmented chord. Okay, so let's go back to the C major chord. And to make a major chord augmented, and we're only looking at the triads for right now. We're only looking at triads until we get to the dominant 7 chord. Okay, all you have to do is to take the 5th note. Okay, the 5th note in your scale, in the key of C, your 5th note. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. G is 5, right? All you have to do is take the 5th and you raise it up a half step. Okay. And then when you raise it up a half step, you now have an augmented. Okay. All right. And then you bring it back down. If you want to resolve it, you don't have to bring it back. I always bring it back down just for purposes of teaching. I'm not saying you always have to resolve it or bring it back down. So in the key, so if you got C major, you got C major. There go your augmented. Okay, that's all you have to do. When you're looking at sheet music and you see something that says C augmented, that's all they're doing. All they're telling you is to take the 5th of your the 5th note in your major chord and raise it a half step. Okay, that's all they're doing. So let's take a look at augmented chords in a couple of keys. Let's look at F major. So if you have an F major chord, right, and then if you see something that say F A U G, usually for augmented, you'll see something that says A U G. So all you would have to do is take the 5th note, and there you go. It's augmented. And like I said, just for purposes of teaching right now, I'm just bringing it back down. You don't always have to bring it back to the root. Okay, so that's F major, F augmented, F major again. Okay, let's take a look at E flat major, since that's the other chord that these are the chords we've been looking at doing most of these live streams for the last week. So here's an E flat major chord. The 5th note would be B flat. So you go augmented. Okay, then you bring it back down. Okay, and there you go. That's all you're doing. That's all you have to do to augment it, no matter what chord. Let's just, for the fun of it, let's take D flat. Here's D flat major, right? D flat, F, and A flat. If I want to make this augmented, I take the A flat, which is the 5th note. And then I bring it back down. Now, a lot of times when you see, well, I won't say that, there are times in certain songs that you're playing, when you play an augmented chord, they usually keep you going. So let's say you're you got D flat major, augmented, and then they tell you to keep going, and then they'll bring you back down. There are definitely. I wish I could think of the title of some songs. There is definitely certain songs that have that type of movement in it. Then they'll say augmented. Then they tell you take it up again. Then you bring it back down. So let's go back to the key of C for a second and just have a little fun with it. Right. Right. And then you can come back. Okay. So it's all kinds of things you can do with augmented, but that's it. It's that simple. That's all you have to do to augment a chord. That's all you got to do. Now we're going to look at diminish. Diminish is two steps. Well, if starting from the major chord, if you're starting from the major chord, it's going to be two steps you have to take. So if you want to make a chord diminish, what you want to do is you want to I guess you want to start with the minor chord first. How about that? So here's C major, right? And we already know what to do to make C major minor. You take the third note in the scale, lower it a half step. Now you have C minor. Okay, well, if you want the chord to be diminished, all you have to do is take the fifth and lower that a half step too. Voila, there you go. It's that simple. Now you have a C diminished chord, okay? Again, we're only going to look at triads tonight, except for when we get to the dominant 7 chord. So again, C major, minor, diminish, okay? So diminish is when you're playing the minor third, right? Well, this is easier. I like explaining it like this because usually it's easier. So let me explain it this way. You're taking the third and the fifth of the scale and lowering both of those notes a half step. That's all you're doing. So let's take a look at that in some other keys. Let's take a look at the F major. So if you have an F major chord, if you take the third and lower it a half step, that's F minor. But if you take the fifth and lower that a half step, that's F diminished, okay? So F major, F diminished, okay? Major, diminished. Okay, let's take a look at E flat. Let's take a look at E flat. So you got E flat major chord. Okay, that's E flat, G, and B flat, right? If you want to make it diminish, all you got to do again is you take the third note, lower it a half step, take the fifth note, lower that a half step. Keep your root the same. Keep your root the same. Okay. So you got and again, that works in every single key. Let's take a look at G major. Okay, so if you look at G major, okay, you got G, B, and D, right? Diminish would be right, and you can take it back to the root. So okay, if you take the A major, take A major, and if you want to make it diminish, there you go. That's all you got to do. Again, you take the third and you take the fifth, lower them a half step. So don't get confused. I saw 112 Deezy. He said diminished chords always confuse you. Don't let them confuse you. Especially if they're only talking about the triad version. It's really simple. So I mean, it's like I wish I could it's like usually I have a lot to say, but it's really that simple. Let me pause right now. I'm going to look and I'll see if D has any questions or if anybody on the panel have any questions on what I've just shown so far. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you dominant 7 chord after this. So D, did you have any questions on what I just shown right now?
No, I have to go back and look at it because when I mute my mic, it covers what you was doing.
Okay, you had a lot of noise going on in the background. That's the reason why I muted your mic. It was like a lot.
Yeah,
It was really noisy, and I know a lot of times when there's noise, you can't hear me. It cuts my
hmm
voice and keyboard out. So that's the reason why. Uh, uh, so yeah, so I'm just waiting to see if there's any questions before I move on. The only other thing I was going to go over tonight is the dominant seven chord anyway, and then we can revisit major scales one more time. Just go over that formula because again, it's so building chords really starts with you knowing your scales. So I definitely want to kind of re review that again. You
but I
said
was still with you because I was looking at this little book right here. So
Oh, okay. That's
yeah,
what's up. A lot of y'all have them big old chord books that got all the chords in there. But I'm trying to teach y'all how to be able to do it. If you don't have that book with you, I'm teaching you how to figure out what it is. If you sitting at a
right.
keyboard and it's like, what? Play a diminished chord. Oh, that's right. House of Jazz told me if I just take the third and the fifth and lower it a half step, I'm
hmm
straight. And that's it. You don't even need the book to tell you that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And of course, once you learn it in root position, you can take that diminished chord. Like, let's say you have a C diminished chord, you can take that and invert that. So you can say, okay, well, this is one way of playing C diminished, but you can also take the C and you can play the C up here. Guess what? It's still a C diminished chord. And if you want, you can take this E flat right here and play it up here. Guess what? It's still a C diminished chord. So yes, you can invert the diminished chords too. Okay, and of course you can take this F sharp, play it over here, and you're back into the original diminished chord. You're just an octave higher. Okay, so once you figure out your diminished chord, go ahead on and start practicing.
hmm
Um, yeah, start practicing all the different, inversions. I'm gonna say, what's the word I'm looking for? Start practicing all the different inversions. You know what I'm saying? So again, with C major, okay, you found the C major chord, and again, you take your what were we were doing diminished just now. So you take your third and your fifth, they go your diminished, and then you're like, well, what's another way of playing that? Oh, you want to know what another way is? Take this C, play it an octave higher. There you
hmm
What's another way of playing it? Oh, that's real easy, sir or ma'am.
Take
Take
an
the
E
E
flat,
flat
play it
and
octave higher.
bring it an octave higher. Well, what's another way of playing it, sir? Well, that's real easy. Take this G flat from down here, play it up here, and get back to, and
Your
you're
root
basically an
position.
octave higher from where you started. And you can do that in every key. You can do that in every key. So it's going, like I'd say this all the time. It's going to take um a lot of time and a lot of patience to be able to learn all that stuff in every key. You'll hear people talk about the number system all the time. Oh, just learn the number system. The number system is not going to help you if you don't know your chords. The number system is telling you what chords to play. Okay, so in order for the number system to work for you, you have to know the chords in every key. So that if you know the number system and you're in church and someone tell you, okay, you're in a band, and they tell you that, oh yeah, we're in B flat, and they're like, oh okay, and they say, okay, we just playing 1 4 5, 1 4 5 1. That's all we're playing. Then you need to know what a B flat major chord is. Why do you need to know that? Because that's one. Then you're going to need to know what an E flat major chord is. Why? Because that's four. Remember, they said they're playing 1 4 5 1, right? Then you're going to also need to know what an F major chord is because that's the five. And then, of course, you won't have to go back to the one. So you have to know that that's B flat. But what if that band says, okay, yo, we can ready to take it up. Let's go to the key of B. We're gonna take it up a half step and go to the key of B. Well, now you need to know that, oh, this is a B major chord because that's the one. Oh, yeah, this is what an E major chord looks like. Oh, yeah, that's the four. Oh, F sharp major. Okay, that's the five. Then you back to one. And then all of a sudden that band says, hey, we gotta take it up again. We gotta take it up again. Well, now you need to know that C major is one. So you need to know what a C major chord is. You see what I'm saying? And then you know the four would be an F major chord. But if you don't know your chords, then that's five. And then back to one. So that's why I said that the number system is not going to help you if you don't know all of your chords. You
So
got to learn all your chords for that number system to help you. Go ahead,
let,
D.
let me ask you something. So like when you get ready to transpose it up, go up, those notes that you hit to get to another key, how do you distinguish that? I mean, how you know what to hit to get to that to the note that you're getting ready to go up
Well, let
to
me see what I
modulate
do.
up?
Well, let me see what I do. Let's say if I'm playing Now Behold the Lamb, a lot of times with the choirs that I work with or whatever, Paul Kersey. Oh my goodness, who is Paul Kersey? Is that Ron? Okay, Ron. Okay, I was like, who's Paul Kersey? Okay, I
That
like.
was
So if I'm, let's say I'm playing Now Behold the Lamb, right? And I know Kurt Franklin recorded it in B flat, but I usually started in A flat. So I'm like, oh, that's not right. There we go. Right. There goes a suspended chord right there, by the way. That's a
Yeah,
suspended chord right there. Just letting y'all know. Just right. And I might resolve it. Ooh, that wasn't right. Oh my goodness. Well, let me do that again. Here we go. There we go. And then I might go when I'm ready to switch the key. I think that's what D is asking.
Mm-hmm.
Like what was that? A transition? I guess a lot of times we say we'll call that the transition chord or something like that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So okay, so let's take a look at what I did. I was in the key of A flat, so I did the I gotta remember okay, the precious lamb. So I went from A flat, and what I did was play. I went to F major. So what's the difference from A flat to F? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So for me, I just went to the six. I used the six as the transitional chord. You know what I'm saying? The six, like I'm talking number system now.
Okay.
So if I'm in the key of A flat, I use the six in A flat. I use that as my transition chord, and then I move to B flat. So I went the precious Lamb of God. Go to the six. Then I'm in B flat now.
Okay.
So
So do you do that in every song? Like if
you
you're
can
gonna
do it.
run?
I mean, you can use that in any song. Now, there are probably different ways. I know I've probably played plenty of songs where I'm reading the sheet music or the chord sheet or whatever, and they did it a different way. But if you're in it, if you're stuck and you're playing, and you know it's time to switch the key, you'll be cool just going playing the six. Whatever
Okay.
key you're in, just go to the six.
Just
So if
go to the six and then it leads you to the next chord that you get ready to go to.
right, whatever key you're in. So let's say you're in the
Okay.
key of, so if you're in the key of B flat, let's say I started Now Behold the Lamb in their original key. What's the six in B flat? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
G would be six. So let's play it in
Yeah.
B flat. Da, 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 da. You say why the six? Because it sounds good. That's all. To be this is just because it sounds good. Da, 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 da. Now go to the six. Da, 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 da. So that's what I just went to the six, and then I went.
Okay.
I went
and that's common in gospel music.
very common.
Where
Yeah.
yeah, where they go to the six in order to change keys. That's very common in gospel.
Cause I was always wondering every time I know I said I gotta change to go up, but I never knew what to hit to get there.
Hit the six. If you hit the six, it'll get you there every time. Now, I
Okay.
mean, with different songs, you can do different things, yeah. But if you're lost and you're confused, go to the six because it just sounds good. Like I mean, somebody
It
will
does.
D Rogan said why six, and I'm like, why the six? Because it sounds right. It's like it's not. I don't even have a technical reason why. I'm just like 6 because it sounds good. Again, if I'm in A flat, right, and I'm going the precious Lamb of God, and I go to the 6. You know what I'm saying? It just sounds right. I don't even have a technical answer.
And it seemed like it just flows right into it.
It does. It does. So I'm in B flat right now. So let me finish it. Da 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 da. Let me go
And you know what? I was waiting for you to play that sus.
Oh, I mean, I do different things. I don't always play everything the exact same way. But
Yeah, I know, but I was hearing, I was waiting for you to do that sus.
here we go. There it is. That's sus right there. That's an F sus 4 right there. You can play with it, of course. Whoa! No, sorry, I ain't gonna. This not. I actually have a tutorial. I actually have a tutorial for Now Behold the Lamb. So if you want to see how to play, you can actually. I do have a tutorial for it. I actually did it this past December. I just did it this past December. But that was a good question though. That's a very good question. Yeah. So when in doubt, go to the 6 and use that as your transition chord to take you to the next key.
Okay, I'm definitely going to remember that.
Yep, go to the 6. So yeah. So as you're in the middle of playing, if you know the song, like I mean, you might be at the beginning of the song, but you know that they're going to eventually transpose, or should I say modulate? Let's not say transpose, because transpose
Right.
usually is something,
Yeah, we ain't got Brandy, so
Yeah, we want to be careful with the terminology that we use.
yeah, modulate.
Yeah, modulate.
Cause it'd be sometimes like I can be playing a song and I want to take them up, but I was like, man, what can I hit right there in between them to get to the next to modulate to the next key?
Right.
But me, I just jump right into it, not
Yeah.
even give him a
D be like the precious lamb of God. Now
yep.
behold the Lamb. Well, you gotta give him something. You gotta give him that. You gotta give him that 6. Come on, girl.
I just tell them, be ready. If I go, you move. If I
I
move,
know
you
it's right.
move.
I know it's right.
Like, forget about that transition stuff. If you see my head nodding up and I'm saying we getting ready to go up, we're going up. You don't need to hear
There
that.
you go. There you go.
It's on.
Especially if I do this. If I take my hand off the key and I go like this, we're going to do that. You know what I'm doing.
All right, we're finna go train. I ain't got nothing to get you prepared. It's gonna be Bruntley. Boom, let's go into it.
Precious Lamb of God, now behold the Lamb.
That's it.
Anyway, okay. So all right, so
That's great.
this I was supposed to be going over
Show
dominant.
off.
I messed that up anyway, but I'm supposed to be showing dominant 7 chords too. So dominant 7 chords are just ridiculously easy because or I keep saying yesterday, Thursday, I already showed you what the minor 7 chord is. So a dominant 7 is basically just half of a minor 7 chord if you think about it. Let me explain it first. Okay, let's look at a C major 7 chord. Okay, C major 7 chord is going to be the 1, 3, 5, and 7. Okay, of the major scale, right? So that's your C major 7 chord. C, E, G, and B. 1, 3, 5, 7. Now we said that if you lower the 3rd note, which is the E, and you lower the 7th note, which is the B, you'll have a minor 7. Well, all you got to do is forget about lowering that 3rd note. Just keep the 3rd note where it is. Just keep it where it is. So you got C, E, G, and only lower your 7th note a half step. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That's it. Boom, you got it. You got a dominant 7 chord. That's all you have to do for a dominant 7 chord, and you can do that in every key. You know what I'm saying? It's dominant 7. So C major 7, dominant 7. Okay, major, dominant 7. Okay, let's take a look at F major. So if you know hopefully everyone knows that your F major 7 chord is this face, right? You're just spelling the word face. F A C E. Well, all you have to do to turn this from an F major 7 chord to an F dominant 7, all you have to do is just take the 7th, which is this E, bring it down a half step. There you go. You got an F7 chord. Okay, and you can do that with all the chords. Let's take a look at G major 7. G major 7 is the 1 3 5 7, right? If you take this F sharp, drop it down a half step, you have now a G7 chord. That's it. It's that simple. Boom. It's like the lesson is over. That's all you have to do to make a chord like a major 7 chord, a dominant 7 chord. Okay. And it's that simple. So if we go into the key of C and look at every chord that we've gone over so far from between Wednesday and now, you got C major, C minor, major 7, minor 7, dominant 7, and then we also got sus4, sus2. So just between the last 3 live streams, I showed you how to create a whole lot of different type of chords. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot about the augmented. I also showed you today about augmented. I left that out. So take this stuff in stride. Take your time and learn all this stuff. Learn it all in every single key. I'm telling you, learn it in every key.
So Richard,
Yeah.
I'm looking in this book, and it's got a C5. So I believe C5 is just
I think that's
just
usually when I
just
believe
two keys. Okay.
yeah, I believe it's when you're playing the 1 and the 5 and you omit the third. I think that's all C5 is when you just play the 1 and the 5, omit the third, don't even play the third. They call that perfect fifth or whatever, C5. That's all it is. It's,
Okay.
it,
Okay.
it's just like a major chord, but you don't play the third.
When
Sabrina
it's the
brought up
E.
that we did talk about the other day. I forgot. She's right. She said she's in the chat. She said that the minor, if you want to find the relative minor of any major key, and we did talk about this. I don't know if I talked about it this week. It might was maybe a week ago. I did talk about that. So let's take a look at that. If you want to, let's review it again, I should say. If you want to find the minor key for any major key, so we're in C major. If you want to know what the relative minor is, that means you can take C. Now I like she likes the thing where you say under the sea, and whatever note you land on, that's the relative minor. So again, if you want C, and then you hit the C and say under the sea, whatever note you're on when you say C, that's the minor, that's the relative minor. And I'm going to explain to you why it's good to know the relative minor. Or should I say, what's the benefit of knowing the relative minor? So, but all that means is that C major and A minor share the exact same scale. It's just that with A minor, you start from A and you end on A. And for C major, you start on C and you end on C. So a C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. And then an A minor scale is going to be just like that. No black notes, no sharps, no flats. The only difference is you start on A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you back to at 1. And you can do that with any key. You can literally close your eyes and just let your finger land on any key. Okay, so we on the key of A. So if this is A major, if you want to know what the relative minor of A major is, like I said, the way Sabrina likes to do it is you say Under the sea, and whatever note C is, C as in SEA, not the letter C. That's the relative minor. So in this case, it'll be F sharp. Okay. Now a little bit more technical with theory. Some of you don't know when to call a note sharp and when to call a note flat, but
Thank you. Yes, I need
basically,
to.
but basically, if okay, if we're starting with the initial major key, okay, so we started on A major, which by the way I think is Sabrina's favorite chord, right? A major. That's an inside joke, but anyway, um, and if in the key of A, you know that in the key of A, you call all your notes sharps. Any accidental, I should say, any black key that you hit, any accidental key, you call it sharp. So you got A, B, C sharp, D, E, F sharp, G sharp, A. Okay. So if you figure out what the relative minor of A is by saying under the sea, then you should not call this G flat. You should call this F sharp because remember, in the key of A, your notes are already called with the sharp name. Sorry, right? So when you find out what the relative minor, you're not going to say the relative minor of A is G flat. No, you would say F sharp. Um, Now I guess let me go. I might let me move up a little bit. Um, all of your with the key of F. Here's something for you to just memorize. No real formula for you. You just need to memorize this. The key of F is the only key that that is rooted that's not called flat. But when you hit the black note when you're playing that scale, you call it flat. The rest of the flat notes are like the scales. If it's called A flat, if you're playing an A flat scale, obviously, anytime you hit a black note, you're going to call it flat. Okay, because the name of the key is flat, right? So if you're in the key of B flat and you're playing a B flat scale, every time you land on a black note, you do not call that note sharp. You call it flat. Okay. If you're playing a G flat major scale, then every black note that you hit, and you're going to hit like 6 black notes. You're going to call that flat. Okay. So I'm going in order. You got F major. Again, F is the only scale where it's called F. It's not called F flat. You know what I'm saying? It's called F. But when you play the scale, you're going to call the black note flat. F. Remember, we said you start from here and say whole step, half step, right? So that means you just landed on this black note. You do not call this A sharp. Another way to remember to call this flat and not call it sharp is to know that when you're calling out the letters of a scale, you're never supposed to call the same letter twice. For example, what do I mean by that? You got F, you got G, you got the letter A, and then if you call this A sharp, didn't you just call out the letter A twice? You-
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to do that. There's never a time where and you'll be theoretically correct where you're gonna if you're playing a scale and you call out and you use the same letter name twice, each letter should only be called out once. So if you start on the key of F and you say F G and you on A, then you have to have some type of B. Either your scale is going to be a B natural or it's going to be a B flat. Okay. In the key of F, okay, it's B flat. Okay, wonderful. Same thing with A flat. It's like if you're in A flat, let's say you're going to do the scale in A flat, right? And you start on A flat, you should not call this A sharp. That doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't make sense. You're in the key of A flat. So don't say A flat, A sharp. What did you just do? You just used the letter A twice. You see what I'm saying? So another thing to keep in mind is that when you're calling out the notes in the scale, you're never supposed to use the same letter twice. You only call out each letter once per octave. Once per octave. Every time you start the new octave, obviously, you'll call out each letter again, new octave. Okay. So that's another trick that will help you know when to call a note flat, when to call it sharp. But again, with flat, any key that's called flat, you call the black notes flat. Include and then and just remember that you have to do that with F major also. All right. Now, when do you call notes sharps? Well, with all the other keys then. So like if you're in the key of E, take a look at the key of E. If you start with E and then you move a whole step, right? Because remember our formula for the major scale is whole half, right? So if you move a whole step, you already called out the letter E, right? So why would you call this E double sharp? That doesn't make sense, right? You already said the letter E, right? So what you do is you'll say, well, if I use the letter E, then the next note has to be some type of F. So if you move a whole step and you land on here, you don't say G flat. Please don't say G flat. Say F sharp. Okay, so you go whole step, right? And that's going to be sharp also. Half step, that's just a natural. Whole step, whole step, and of course you're going to call this C sharp, not D flat. Whole step, of course you're going to call this D sharp, not E flat. And then we're back on E. Did I confuse you, D, with that?
No, I'm beginning to understand it now.
Okay. Yeah, anyone in the chat room, hopefully I did not confuse you with that, because a lot of times I know we was playing the chord game a week or two ago, and I said call out I gave a chord in D. I think the notes that you called out was right, whatever the chord was, and then but I said but technically theoretically you would be wrong for using the flat note or whatever, calling it flat or whatever. But
Yeah,
that's
y'all got on me very well in there too.
oh
Y'all
yeah,
like,
and Nathan did too. Yeah, Nathan said something too, and I remember he was like technically he said you would be wrong. I remember him saying that after I told you was wrong too. So just had to make sure everybody knew that you were wrong. But nah, but yeah, that's the trick right there. So again, every scale that is called flat, then you're going to call every note in that scale flat. But then you have to remember that F is included. Even though you don't call this F flat, when you hit that accidental, that black note, just remember you call it flat. And then with the other keys, you just use sharp. If you're in the key of A, you're going to use sharp. If you're in the key of B, you're going to use sharp. C, technically, I know when you're in the key of C, people just kind of go either way, but you're really supposed to use the sharpening. Usually, I don't use it, so I'm just letting y'all know that now because I'm bad like that. But when you're in the key of D, you use the sharpening. If you're in the key of E, sharp name. And of course, if you're in the key of F sharp major, that's a given right there. If you're in the key of F sharp major, then you already know everything is going to be called sharp. And then if you're in the key of C sharp, you call every note sharp. So that's a little extra. I wasn't even planning on teaching that, but I'm glad we got a chance to get, to talk about that. So yeah, so know when to call a note flat and when to call it sharp. It's not as hard as you think. Just remember that when you're calling out notes in the scale, you're only allowed to say each letter once. Okay? If you're in the key of A, once you say A, you cannot say A sharp or A flat. That's it. You can only say A once. So you know your next note is going to be some type of B. It's either going to be B flat, sharp, whatever. You know it's going to be some type of B. So A, B, and then since you called this B, you know the next note is going to be some type of C. Okay. So when you get here, when you come here, so you're doing your scale, the only name that this black note has that has C in it is what? C sharp, right? So that means you're going to call this C sharp. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3. And then okay, so you're doing your half step. Then you got whole step. Okay, so you went from D to E, right? And then from E, you know you got to go to some type of F. So when you land on F sharp, you should not call this E double sharp. That's ridiculous. You already called this E. And if you called all the other notes sharp, then why would you call this flat? See what I'm saying? You don't understand why would you call it? There's no need to call this G flat. You literally just went from here to here and you called that sharp already. So obviously when you come to the next black note, you call it sharp. So I don't want to keep dragging it out, but hopefully you understood what I was trying to say with that. But
Yeah,
that's
you got it for me because that's what was one that was one of my questions I was going to ask is when do you call a scale sharp and when do you call flat? And now you done summed that up for me.
yeah, so
So
that's
I'm all
cool.
good now.
You all good now? You ready to get out there and play with mint condition and all of them now?
Oh well, no, nothing like that. But
Pretty
like if
brown
any
eyes, you know I see it. It's oh, I'm sorry, I was getting into that.
but like so if anything that's in like in a C like a C minor, every key is gonna be C minor. It's gonna be the C minor scale.
Okay, ask the question again. I want to make sure I understand your question.
Like if a song is in C minor,
Okay,
that
if a
means
song is
the
in
whole
C minor,
is that whole you know that's gonna be your C minor scale. Everything would be in C minor.
I mean, you know that's why we have the term accidentals because
Hmm.
nothing is never always with music. You know, with music anything can happen. But when we say a song is in a key, all we're basically saying is that basically you're going to use that scale. You know, the notes that you're going to play is going to use the notes that's in that scale. And that's what I'm glad you said something about that because I said I was going to explain the importance of knowing the relative minors of the major scale. And that actually, I'm glad you asked that because that brought that back to me. Okay, so let's say you say C minor, right? Now you might be
Hmm.
sitting here saying, "Yo, House of Jazz, you told us the formula for figuring out every major scale, but you ain't tell us nothing about figuring out the minor scale." You're right. I apologize. So let me tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. Now, we already showed you, and I showed you the method that Sabrina used, and I showed you the method that I use. If you and you can work it both ways. If you want C minor, okay, you just asked about C minor. If you want to know what the relative major is, then instead of saying going back 3 half steps, saying under the sea, you can just go up under the sea. You know what I'm saying? You can just go the other way to figure out what the major, what the relative major is. I guess you can say. So if you like, this is C minor. What's the relative major? Under the sea, which means E flat. Now let me explain this. All that means is that E flat and C minor uses the exact same accidentals. They're basically the same scales. The only difference is with E flat, you start on E flat and you end on E flat. With C minor, you start on C and you end on C. But the black notes, or should I say the accidentals that you hit in the middle of those scales, are exactly the same. So, in the key of E flat, our E flat major scale is E flat. Keep that in mind that E flat is one of the black notes that we hit. E flat, F, G, A flat. Keep that in mind. A flat, okay? A flat is a black note that we hit. B flat. Keep that in mind, okay? B flat, and then you got C, D, and then of course you back at B flat again. So what we just counted was 3 different flats in the key of E flat major. So that means okay, whatever the relative minor is for E flat major, that relative minor will have those exact same 3 notes as flats. So that's when you go to E flat and you'll say, under the sea, and you're like, oh, I'm in C. So that means C minor has the exact same three accidentals in the scale. Remember, when we were in E flat, we had E flat, we had A flat, and we had B flat. Those were our three accidentals, our three black notes. So if you want to be able to play a C minor scale, all you have to do is think E flat major scale, but instead of starting on E flat, you start on C. C, D, E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, and then you finish off on C again. So your C minor scale. Okay. E flat major scale. If you notice, I still used only the only accidentals I used were E flat, A flat, B flat. Use that knowledge to be able to figure out all of your minor scales. Let's say you're scratching your head and you're like, I wonder what a G minor scale. I wonder what's the notes in the G minor scale. Well, go to G and work your way backwards to figure out what the relative major is. So you go to G and you go up and go under the sea, and you realize that you land on B flat. Oh, wow. Okay. So that means B flat and G, they're relatives, they're cousins. You know what I'm saying? Because they share something, they have something in common, right? So then you look at your B flat major scale and you do the whole half, whole half. So once you do that, you got B flat, C, D, E flat, F, G, A, and B flat. Okay. So the only two accidentals or the black notes that I used in that scale were what? B flat and E flat. Okay, now let's go to the relative minor. Under the sea. That means G is the relative minor. So that means if B flat major had these two black notes in it, then that means G minor will have those exact same black notes. So then when you play that scale for G minor, okay, I'm sorry. There you go. You got the B flat and the E flat. Okay. So that's the reason why I say know the relative minor of every major scale, because once you learn the major scale, all you have to do is do that under the C. And then, and like I said, for C major, you usually play C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Okay. You actually start with C. I mean, I already explained. All I'm doing is just repeating myself now. So let
Now
me go to.
I have to do you like I do Mr. Pooh. Oh, now I got it. I got it
Well,
now.
yeah,
It done
yeah,
click.
because
It done click.
yeah,
It
yeah,
done
you
click.
never know when people get it though. Sometimes people don't get it the first 500 times you say it. So you
It
got
done
you
click
got.
now. Because you know what it sounds like? It sounds like family reunion when they start off do 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 do. From I think it's the OJs when they sing family reunion.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how that intro sound, but yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about, right? I can't hear it perfectly in my ear right now, but yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah. It
that's
done
it right
click.
there.
Yeah, it done
Yeah,
click now.
yep. So hopefully that helped you out. I'm going to stop now because I gave you a lot. I just gave you a lot. So again, if you want to hear some of the stuff discussed prior to sus chords, dominant, augmented, and now I just got finished talking about relative minors, minor and all that stuff, please go to Wednesday's live stream. Wednesday was what day? 10, 9, 8. Was it the 8th?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
was the 8th. So yeah, just go on my channel, go to videos, go to the 8th. Again, the actual portion that I actually teach is not 4 hours long. So don't be discouraged because you look at the videos. Oh man, that video is 4 hours long. I wasn't talking theory for 4 hours. I probably was only talking theory 20 to 25 minutes. That's it. So that means, so check out Wednesday, then check out Thursdays, and then come back and recheck this one and take all the knowledge that you learned from those 3 videos. I'm telling you, it take your time, especially since most of y'all are quarantined anyway. Now's the time to do it. Take your time and
Mhm.
really learn. Practice the stuff that I told you to practice. Practice your inversions. Practice your scales. Learn your scales. Use the whole, half, whole, half to figure out your scales. Major scales. And once you figure out your major scales, go ahead on and start learning your minor scales. I already told you how to figure out the minor scale. Under the sea, and whatever note you land on, then that key has the same black keys as the other one. So then you can figure it out. So hopefully that helped you out. You enjoyed it. And again, if you look at Wednesday and Thursday's live stream, you'll get some stuff that led up to tonight's live stream. So hopefully everything and everyone is okay with that. I'm going to look in the comment section for the next 10 or 15 seconds. If you have a question, just let me know of what I just got finished talking about. Oh, ST, what's going on, man? Uh yeah, you're right about, yeah, I know with rock music they do C5 a lot. Yeah, power chords. Yeah. Yeah, they'll do that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. Um wasn't that the A natural minor that you natural. Yeah, at some point, yeah, I did play an A major scale. Yes, I did play an A major scale. Uh sound clicking. Oh, still clicking. Okay. Rolando said, please talk us about the most common progression chords. That will probably come on another thing. I can tell you right now, common progressions, 1 4 5, go back to 1 2 5 1. Those two progressions right there are used so much it's not even funny. 2 5 1. Learn that in every key. Learn how to play your 2, your 5, and your 1 in every key. That's a good place to start. Great place to start. Um, practice. Uh, 1 4 5 6 2 5 1. Okay, well, Sabrina just put out a nice little number thing for you. 1 4 5. Well, 1 4 5. I think is what she's saying is one of the progressions, and then another one is 6 2 5 1. Yeah, I don't, that's what you were saying. Those are actually two separate progressions. Okay. Oh wow. Rocky says that he still practice 10 hours, sometimes practice 10 hours a day. Wow.
I
Okay.
want to be
Oh,
like Rocky when I grow up.
I know, right?
You got that
Oh,
right. 10 hours.
for real. I'm like, yeah, 10 hours. Yeah, I might sit here 10 hours falling asleep at the keyboard trying to learn a song for a tutorial. And I might fall asleep. And then I wake up and be like, man, I've been sitting here for 10 hours. Yeah. Most of the time sleep. But anyway, but Sabrina was saying that the number system that the progression that she had up there is for hallelujah, salvation, and glory. She is really I'm so proud of her. I've told her this even offline that she is really serious about learning this piano, man. I'm telling you. She'll be telling me stuff that she learned, because y'all know she be cheating on me, right? She be going to other people's channels. I'm just joking about the cheating, but like she be cheating on me. She be looking at other people's channels, man. But nah, she be grabbing. But nah, seriously though, but she be grabbing that knowledge. She'll say something to me. I'm like, when you learn that? Oh well, I was on somebody else's channel, and yeah, and I learned this and learned this. I'm like, okay, it's all gravy. I tell everybody, look, my channel is not the only channel to learn off. I only show certain things, and so yeah, it's definitely good to look at some other channels and get some other knowledge too. Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
she said I'm the
in
only
my
one.
in my group, sometimes we have a guy that comes in there and he helps us out with with the effects and stuff when we go places. And a lot of times I'd be lost. I'd be like, okay, where you going? Where you going? He'd call out the numbers. He'd be like 6, or go here. And I look at his hands, and sometimes I have to get it together because I'd be like, wait a minute, he's doing a number, and I'm thinking about letters, and I'd be like,
Okay.
okay. So yeah, I'd be kind of confused sometimes.
Yeah,
I
you got
understand
you.
that. I learned it real quick when my bass player started calling out numbers. I said, okay, I remember
You
this.
know
Yeah.
what? A lot of
Let
bass
me
players, yeah,
go back.
most bass players, that's what they do. They just call out numbers. Yep.
Yep. It's like, hey, I appreciate that because that's a lot of that stuff I had, forgot. I guess when you get in the routine of playing and doing all that stuff, I'd actually forgot. But yeah, thanks for that, man. That brings back a lot to my memory.
Oh yeah, no
Yeah,
problems.
that's good stuff.
Yeah, and it's on and it's recorded because I'm not taking the video down, so you can always come back and check it out. Come back and check it out. When
Yeah.
you demonstrated the C5, how about turning that into a two? Okay, now I'm done with the lesson for the day. A lot of y'all just be wanting me to just be showing so much. This is what I, as a teacher, and I'm still kind of guilty of it, even with the lessons I'm giving now. Sometimes you teach too much at one time, and
Yeah.
sometimes it could just be too much, and then people will start getting confused. So
Yeah, because they getting too deep in
yeah,
theory.
yeah, and I'm like, let me. It's like take your time, chew up what I just gave you, chew it up. Chew 20, 30 times. You know what I'm saying? Take one bite at a time and then just chew it up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a whole lot of, I mean, it's
Oh
like,
God,
yeah,
he
I mean,
asking about your Yamaha. Golly.
what happened?
He's asking about your Yamaha. It's a Motage. It's a Yamaha Motage.
No, I don't have a montage. No, I don't. You lying. This is actually she's
Hmm?
talking about montage. No, this is a Mo XF8. So if you're familiar with the Motif XF8, this is the cheaper version of that board. If those of you who are familiar with how Microsoft, I guess I'll switch back to the board since I'm talking about it. For those of you that are familiar with how Microsoft do with their keyboards, they always come out with their flagship board first. As a matter of fact, you might could see it right here. MOXF8 is the one I have. They come out with the $4,000 keyboard, right? They always got like that $4,000 keyboard. So yeah, back, I guess what, 10 years ago or something, their flagship keyboard was the Motif XF8, right? That was the one that everybody wanted. You had to pay $4,500 or something. This brother right here, as much as I love keyboards, ain't paying nobody's $4,500. I'm
You got
sorry.
that
You know
right.
what I'm saying? So what Yamaha do is they take that flagship keyboard and they start stripping things from it. You know what I'm saying? But usually what they will leave intact are the sounds. The sounds will, it'll still be the exact same sounds. So that's what this board is. This board is the cheaper version of what the Motif XF8 is. This has the exact 100% identical sounds that the $4,000, well, it cost $4,000 back then. You probably can get it for about 2,000 now, but it has the exact same sounds. It even has a built-in sequencer. But there's a lot of things like, let's say that keyboard, the $4,000 keyboard, come with a touch screen. You know what I'm saying? You can literally just touch it. You can touch the screen, but nothing will happen. So I mean, I guess you can say this is a touch screen too, but it's a touch screen, but nothing happened. But on that Motif, if you touch the screen, something will actually happen. I think there's sequencer, the internals, like how much RAM and how much hard drive space is more. You get more of that on the Motif XF8. And those boards are made with like metal or steel, so that this is more, the casing of this keyboard is kind of plastic. You know what I'm saying? So they cut down, that's what they do. What they do is they strip it down so that you can still have the Motif sounds. I have these are all the sounds. I have a built-in sequencer. I can make a track right on. I don't have to have a computer to make a track. I can make the track right from here. And so that's what I have. So that's what I have. That's the long answer right there.
I wonder
All right, let
if
me
those
switch.
keyboards are more expensive because most of them are sequencers. You know, for me, the
Yeah.
sequencer part. really does me no good. Well, me and you, because we use, Cubase.
Just
So
computers.
or, you know what I'm saying? So I always wonder if them boards are more expensive because it's a sequencer involved in it.
I think sequencer has something to do with it, but there's a sequencer in this one too. And I think brand new, this keyboard for the longest time was like 16.99. I think they just started dropping the price of this board maybe around Christmas time. I'm talking about for years. I used to look at this board. I got this board back in September that just passed, and this is used. I bought it used, so I got it for about before taxes. It was actually under 1100 before taxes, and I was happy because every time I would look for it, the price will always be 16.99. I'm like, I don't know if I want to pay 16.99. And then all of a sudden I said, let me just go to Guitar Center's website. Let me go to the website. And the website had like a lot of used keyboards, and I found this one in California. And I looked at the close up pictures of it. I'm like, man, that thing it looks like it has no scratches or nothing on it. So I was very fortunate when it came.
Right.
It looked just like that picture. It wasn't like they gave a good picture and then sent you some crap. I was fortunate, so so I made off
Hey,
good. But
you was fortunate. All the years I've been playing, I can honestly say I've never spent $1,000 on a board.
this is my first time.
Never.
This is my first time. This
Really?
is the first. Yeah, this is the first time I spent $1,000. It took me this long. It took me this long to finally say, okay, I really want to get something that I really want. And I'm
Yeah,
like, I
you know what?
always wanted. Yeah, yeah, I've
Maybe I need
always
to
wanted.
maybe treat myself.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. It's like I've always wanted an 88 weighted key synthesizer. 88 keys.
Yeah.
I've had 76. I've had 60. Of course, I had plenty of
Yeah.
61. But when it came
Everybody.
to now, I had a digital piano and I even had an 88 controller. Matter of fact, they still sitting over there collecting dust now. But I've never had a actual sequencer. I meant to say synthesizer that has a sequencer. That's good. But a
Yeah.
synthesizer that's like right there. It's like I don't have to connect this thing to anything to get sounds. I've always wanted it, and I never had it. All those years I used to go to Guitar Center and play on the board that
Yep.
used to be my
Yep.
dream board was back in the day was the Trinity first. The Korg
Yeah.
Trinity back in the day, I was like, man, I wish I go in the store and play with it. Then they upgraded that joint to the Korg Triton. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is my dream. This is my dream. I used to want it to. D was like this because first of all, I'm talking about. I know she's shocked. I'm talking about a Korg board was my dream board because I always talk Yamaha, but back in the day that. But then I also wanted the Roland XP80. I always wanted
Okay.
that. I like that one too, and I
I
wound it
got
up.
that one too.
Yeah, I have it in this form of a sound module. I have it literally right now. So it's not the keyboard, but I have this sound module that has every single sound
Yeah.
from the
Those are nice.
XP80, and it has more. This is the XV3080 is what I have. It's called XV3080, and it has all the banks of the XP80, and then it has some extras like another additional 3 banks of some other stuff. So I'm like, so in theory, I did get that board. I just got it in a sound module format. So that's cool. But
Hey, that
then,
that that is too.
yeah, but when the motif came out, man, and I got to sit and play with it for the first time, I was like,
In
oh,
love.
I was, man, I'm still in love, man. I'm still starstruck, man. I am still and the motif don't it's old now. They don't even make motif keyboards anymore. And I'm like, you don't even hear me talk about the montage. I don't, whatever. Okay, montage, whatever. I'd still talk about they haven't made a brand new motif keyboard in what 10, 15 years?
Right.
Not a brand new one. No, I don't think. I mean, yeah,
Hey,
there's used ones out there, but not a brand new one. But
you know what's so crazy? How the Triton was just the keyboard back in the day, but
yeah.
now you could go to the Apple Store. I don't know if Google Play's got it, but you could buy it for like 15.99, all the same as the
Yeah.
board.
Right,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
No, I know there's a Triton. Well, I haven't been to the store. It's a place called Bill's Music, and it's the Triton that was blue. It wasn't the one that was silver. That
Mhm.
one, they only asking for like 8.99 for it now. I'm like, y'all weren't asking
Wow.
for this 20 years ago. Y'all wasn't asking for just eight, because if that's all y'all was asking for, trust me, back in the day, I would have had my dream board.
Yeah, I got a lot of credit hits on my credit report trying to get finance for that thing.
Like, yo, yeah, check my credit to see if I can get. No, no. And of course, every time you get the hit, you lose credit. Yeah, you
Yep.
lose your credit. You're like, come on, let me get that. But man, but when I know when the Motif keyboard came out, man, I was just like, yo, why do these sounds sound so good? Oh my, it's just like, yo. And it took me all this time. September was finally when I finally got this 88 key version. Now that one back there is the cheap version. This one, well, I can't point. It's like everything is opposite for me. I have to point to the right for it to look like I'm pointing to the left. So just bear with me. But that silver keyboard that's behind me, that's also the watered down version of the motif. But that's based off of the very first motif. I actually did a video when I first got that. It's like, I think it was 2010 or something horrible. I had like a horrible camera, but it's on my channel when I was talking about my keyboard.
But
What is
now, Jazz, I
does
might
people
have to
still use
admit,
the Roland
Jazz.
Phantom?
Well, Phantom came back out though, didn't they?
Oh yeah, Phantom is out.
They literally just came back out with a new Phantom. It's like it was gone for a while. I just wait 20 years for the motif to cost 1990. No, no, you know what, Sabrina? No, what I did was I waited 20 years for it to only cost 1,000. And see, so it's like I literally, like, I've been wanting especially the 88 key version motif. I literally for about 20 years, like that's not even a stretch. Like for 20 years, I wanted it. And so, so I had to wait 20 years for it to get a used one that was only 1,000.
But Jazz, I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
now. I have to agree with you because the very first time I saw a Yamaha motif was actually I was in Sam Ash. Yeah, I believe I was in
Okay.
Sam Ash. And
Uh-huh.
when I walked in there and they had it, I was like, whoa. And I sat down to play it and I was like, whoa.
Mm-hmm. That
So yeah,
keyboard, yeah, it's yo. I'm telling you, the board is all that. It's like yeah, y'all hear me talk about it all the time. I've fought people on this very live stream over it, but
yes, you have.
it's a. I mean, I don't even know how to explain. I mean,
I love it, but I do love my rolling and chord.
oh, here she go. Here she go. I gave your keyboards love. Okay, I told you that my original dream board was a Korg. Okay,
Yes,
Trinity and
and
a
I
Triton.
appreciate
Okay,
that. I appreciate
right,
that.
right. Trinity
Thank
and
you.
Triton. There you go. All
And,
right, now
and what
don't.
type of cord you got again, D?
I got a Korg i3.
Okay, I'm about to
But
look
that's
that
the
up.
new one that's the new one
Yeah,
that
that's
she
the
just
new one
bought.
that's out.
Yeah, that's new. She just got that one. But then you have some other Korg boards too.
Now I had a rolling XP80,
Okay.
and the one in the group I got a rolling uh
D.
F8. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the 61 keys is $600. Do they sell it in 76 or 81 D?
I didn't see one. They might. The only one I saw was the 61. But I
Yeah,
love it. I
I,
love
I'm
it.
I'm like Richard. I have to get a. I mean, I got so many 61 keyboards. It's time for me to. I mean,
Yeah, man.
I got this Casio that's like 88 keys, but it's time for me to get away from the 61 for a minute.
Yeah, it's that's yeah. Like I said, it took me a minute. It took me a minute, but I'm happy, man. I'm really happy with this keyboard. And 88 keys I'm talking about. 88 keys. This is literally the only in my entire life 88 key synthesizer I ever owned is this one. Synthesizer, not 88 key keyboard, but
Right.
synthesizer. That digital
Wow.
piano literally had like 7 or 8 sounds on it. That's not a synthesizer. It's a digital piano. But a
Right.
synthesizer that has everything on it in a sequence always been my dream board, man. And I'm very happy. I'm very happy with it, man. Very happy.
Yeah, I
Oh,
played. I think the last board I bought was the Rolling Gold keys, but that was,
Hmm.
just to practice, and I liked it because it had external speakers, and
Right.
that little thing surprised me for being like 350.
Right.
now, now,
I
and
now, now, I have taken it on a couple of gigs. I hate it on gigs, but I like it in my house.
okay. I got you. The
now,
question.
now
Go.
this the Korg i3. It also, just in case you forget your power cord, it also can run by battery.
Is it D batteries?
Well,
Uh,
you was the one that talked about the one time when you had the dude with the showed up
Hey
with the
man,
keyboard that take batteries. I'm like, what?
that was
But you said
so
he
funny.
you said he made it sound good though. You said he made it
no,
sound good.
it
I'm
was
like,
actually these takes double A.
oh
Double A,
wow, that's real cheap
Wow,
then.
it
Yeah,
not
is.
like
even the 9 volt.
at least if it's a D batteries, it's
You got
a
some
little bit
life.
more yeah, you get a little bit more life. But double A, oh my goodness, man, you sure it's not triple A?
No,
Hey,
I think it's double. I think it might be. I don't know. I don't use.
I
As
was
long
just
as I
joking.
got
I
my
was just
power
joking. I
cord.
was just joking.
I
I was
pray
just
to
joking.
God that it's not AAA batteries.
It's like you get to the gig and be like, "Let me play my first song here." Yeah. What happened? What? What? The batteries dead? What? What? I just put them in there.
Hey, when we get to our break on the set, I gotta go get me a fresh pack of batteries.
Yeah. And then
That's
you
why
sitting
I
there,
keep the power cord with me.
and you sitting there turning the keyboard upside down in front of everybody. Got to turn it upside down so you can get to the battery compartment. Hold on.
Oh man.
And
Oh
the
man,
thing
this
is,
hold up, this battery's stuck. Hold on. Anybody
and the
got something
thing
I can
is,
stick in there so it won't come out? You got like a stick or something there?
Woo.
I forgot that I had it because when I forgot the power cord,
Mm,
that when Brandy came down, I was like,
right.
shoot, I forgot. I could have used the battery. It still would have been, but
Uh,
I still would have had to use the quarter inch jack to get it through a amp.
oh
So
yeah. The headphone. I'm assuming that probably only had a headphone jack, right? Yeah.
yeah,
So you take the headphone jack and you can. I mean, the best bet is to get a cord that will split it left and right. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? Just get one cord goes to the
Yeah.
headphone jack, and then it comes out left and right, and that would be your. That's the best case scenario of connecting it.
And that's what I hate
Um,
about this rolling keyboard because it's got that type of connection.
yeah, Gerald asks in the chat if I've ever played a Fender Rhodes. Only in the music store. I've never played one like at a gig, and I never owned one, obviously, because uh, I would love to. But yeah, I mean, at this music store, yes, that's the only time I've got a chance to sit at a real Rhodes and just be like, wow. And I don't even really know how to work it to make it sound because it's so much stuff you got to do. It's like a headphone jack that's like on the front panel
Yeah.
and that usually plugs into something. I'm like, so I wouldn't even know how to operate it. I'm used to operating the Rhodes from a keyboard.
Hey, for
I don't
real.
know how to do the
And
real thing.
if you notice those keyboard rolls, man, they sound nothing. The real thing is awesome, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, there's no keyboard that has really that really can
Yeah.
I'm. I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, nowadays they're sampling them And so, if you're buying something, even Jamal Hartwell got, the road, you can buy the neo soul keys and all that stuff, which is sampled. And obviously, yeah, it's the Rhodes, but it's nothing like the actual
The real
instrument.
one.
It's just same thing with a piano. We all got keyboards and we go to the grand piano sound, but it's nothing like sitting on a real grand piano and hearing all the nuances and just everything. Is nothing's better than that. You know what I'm saying? We deal with this because I can't number one, I can't afford a concert grand piano. Number
I
two,
know
I
that's
don't
right.
have the space for a concert grand. Do you know how long a concert grand piano is? They're super, and that's what I would want. I wouldn't even want the medium size. I would want the concert grand because I'm just stupid like that. I want the
Right.
big one. I want the big long one that I used to play at Douglas High School, and even at Morgan State University. I used to sneak back there and play on it sometimes if most of the teachers was gone and they didn't know, professors were gone or whatever. That's the one I want.
I know what's right.
It sounds
Hey,
so good. It's like
it
no
it,
keyboard
it
can
does.
right.
I got a upright. Well, back in the day, I had bought
Mhm.
an upright piano, but I had found this thing in like the thrift store or Goodwill, man.
Uh-huh.
And man, I've redone it, and I also paid about $300 to try to get this thing tuned to fix. And I never could quite get it tuned all the way because when they tune, they have to do it in layers. They just can't get it exact, the first time
Okay.
because it'll end up breaking strings. But man,
Okay.
that to have a real piano, man, it just I
Yeah.
hear keyboard. Oh man,
If you're talking about a real piano, believe it or not, my school, high school, had some type of program where I can't remember. I think it was once a week for like maybe 4 or 6 weeks. Some of us music majors, I'm talking about high school, they gave us bus tickets and we went to a repair shop. So I actually learned how to tune a piano. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it now, but with the piano, there's like three strings for one sound for most of it. For like the center part of the piano, it's actually three strings that's being hit by a hammerhead to produce one sound. So like when you're tuning it, you have to tune the first string to the third string. Then you go back and then you tune the second string to the third string. So you have to tune three strings just for one
Perfect.
pitch. For one, but remember, a piano has 88 keys on it. Okay. Now, when you get to the bass notes and everything, I think the low bass notes. I think it is this one. They're just real thick strings, almost like a think of a bass guitar, kind of like. But the center part of the piano, where most of the keys, is three keys. I mean, three strings that's being hit to produce one sound. That is a very tedious job to tune a piano. I would never want to do it. Because I mean,
amen.
it was fun learning, the concept of it and doing it hands on. I would do it like we could use the tools that they use, and we would down. Okay, now tune that to the third string. Okay, down. Okay, now take the second string. And I'm like, all right, good. You got C. Okay, now all you got to do now is get about the other 87 keys. Let's go. Like what? But yeah.
I actually got a story about that.
What's your story, Mister Barry White wannabe?
So,
I'll
one of
take
the,
good care of you.
I'll take good care of you.
uh,
That's what I meant. Now I'm going to have to sing the song now, but go ahead.
yeah, go ahead,
Now I'm
go
going to
ahead.
have to sing the song, but go ahead. Tell your story.
Uh, no, so in late November, December, I was in Texas, and the family that I was staying at had an upright piano, and they
Uh-huh.
said, "Well, it's out of tune, so it will need to be tuned." And I wanted to play on it, so I was like, "Oh, that's fine. I can help you guys tune it, and I'll just search up how to tune it." And then I found out what you just said,
Yeah.
and never mind, my daughter wants to talk to me. But anyway, long story short, the guy who was 83 years old explained it to me. I was like, I can't do this. It's 88 keys.
Right. Yeah. And like I said, most of the keys, it's 3 strings that creates the one sound. 3 strings. So, but because Mayoli just came on here with that bass voice, I have to do this at least one time. I'll take good care of you. That's what a man is supposed to do. And I'll be there for you all the time. Let your hair down. Let me get you in the mood. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Take me with you here in the garden. I'm sorry, every time he talks, I gotta sing that song. You can come back now, maybe.
Oh
Ma-
man.
But yeah, I mean,
Man,
he come with that bass voice, and I hear Barry White, man.
I wish I wish he had hit that just one time, man.
What Mayoli hit it? You mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
for
take
real.
good care of you.
I don't know if I can sing like that. Oh
Oh,
man.
yes,
I'll
you
take
can.
it. The
No,
only 2 chords
need
that
to
you have to
practice.
play for most for that, you only have to play a B flat minor 9 and an E flat minor 9. Play
Yeah.
those 2 chords and you got it. B flat minor 9 and then E flat
Yeah.
minor 9. I'll take good care of
Of
you.
you.
Then go to E flat. That's what a man is
E flat
supposed to
major?
do. Then go back to the B flat. And I'll be there for you. And go back to E flat. That's what I said. You can practice that. Just play those 2 chords in practice. Yeah, just
I
knock it
will.
out.
Next time I'll try to play thing on the live.
And seen it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, Paul Kersey.
ST said Barry White is behind the ghost of him and he doesn't look happy. Get over it, Barry. I like your song, man. I like the way you sing it. Just for that, Barry,
Do
I'll
it
take
again.
good care of you. That's what a man is supposed to do. Yay. And I'll be there for you all the time. I can't do it. Let your hair down. Let me get you in the mood. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Take me with you here in the garden where temptation feels so right.
He's gone.
Passion can make you fall for what you feel. Say, anyway, I don't even mess
He's
with
gone.
it.
Richard is gone.
I'm sorry.
And Barry
Those
White could
chords is
rock
just
a
so tight,
perm
man.
too.
Yo, yes, he can. Practice what you preach. Nah, you just keep telling me this. With that perm just swinging.
Hey,
Cause I am with you never go back. Say there's a lesson
He's
you
gone.
wanna teach. Well, here I am,
here I am,
baby.
baby.
Practice
Practice
what you
what
preach.
you
Oh
preach.
man.
Yeah, I love
Then he
that
had
song.
I got a question for Richard.
What'd you say?
I got a question for you.
I'm sure you do. What's up?
Are you being sarcastic?
I'm
Can-
but you always do that. You always kind of, I think it was either Sabrina or Andre. He was like, can I ask Andrea a question? I'm like, no, you can't. I'm like,
well, I don't want to interrupt. Someone making a point, man.
can I ask? I don't know. I
So-
think it was Andrea. Either Sabrina or Andrea was on here. Can I ask? I'm like, no, you can't now. All right.
I'm a student. I have to raise my hand for anyway. So, can you guys hear this?
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Yeah, you're playing an F. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, so I finally found a way to have the FM times and all those plugins on my computer to translate and go into the live. Because before, when I play them, they don't actually come out. Okay, cool. Anyway, the second question that I had was, so when you were teaching the suspended 2, and I wrote it on the in the chat, but I think there was a lot of comments that came after, so you might have missed it. But I thought a suspended two or a suspended chord in general doesn't have a third.
I didn't say you played the third. As a matter of fact,
Because
with the
when you played
suspended
this,
four, with
yeah,
the suspended four, you take the third and you raise it up a half step.
correct. But when you said that when you played the suspended two, you had the third in there, so that's why I wanted to. Because you moved the roots to a second as opposed to a third to a second.
What did I say? I said to take the first and take it up to the second.
That would be an add to 9, right? If you.
And you're saying what? And what's your question again?
I'm saying if you play, let's say, a C suspended 2, it would be C, D, and then G, because you take the third and move it to the second, right?
And what did I say? What did I say?
I think on your, what you said was you take the first and move it to the second, so you play a D, E, G, which would be a C added 9 if you add the C on your left hand.
I know why I said it. Usually because my left hand is playing the C. That's the reason. So if your left hand is playing the C, then it's still going to be a C sus2. But you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Okay. Well, let's review that for a second, because whenever I play a sus2 chord, if I'm playing C sus2, when I was showing it to y'all, I was showing it to y'all, and I wasn't using my left hand. So obviously, when you bring the left hand into it, it is going to be it will be a sus2. Well, let me show. Hold up, let me switch down.
And I only know that because you taught me.
Okay, cool.
I learned from your lessons. Chord construction.
Let me see. Okay, so what I was saying is that if you, I see what you're saying. You're saying it is an add 9. That's an add.
If you have an
if you remove the third, then it's a C2. If you play the third, it really is an add 9. Okay, I see what you're saying. So for your suspended 2 chords, you do want to keep the root. Usually I'm playing the root with my left hand. Okay. So because I'm playing the root with my left hand, all you really need is just the second and the fifth on your right hand, and for it to be a suspended 2 chord. Now you can still play the root note. You can still play the root note with on your right hand, and it'll still be a sus2. It'll still be a sus2, but all you really need is just the 2 and the 5. And if you're playing the 1 with your left hand, you're good. That is a sus2. So thank you for correcting that. So I can make that clear. Thank you.
Thank
So,
you. Oh,
there you go. Oh, you put myself back. There we go. Okay. The major and minor third is omitted. Okay. Hey, fan, Charlene New Music. How you doing, Charlene? Is this your first time here? I don't recognize your name. If it is, welcome. And we're in a part of the broadcast. I better say this for those that may be coming in. You see the title on the room, and the title says what we're going to talk about. It's usually have something to do about chords, sus chords, dominant chords, or whatever. We already had that conversation. So if you want to see that, you'll have to wait for the stream to be over. And then all you got to do is just look at the beginning portion of the stream to see the actual lesson. I don't actually sit on here for 3 or 4 hours just teaching theory for 3 or 4 hours. Usually once we finish the actual lesson, then we just usually start talking about this. We get the panel and we just start talking about anything music. So just letting y'all know. So if you come in here and you're like, wait, you're not talking about what you say you're going to talk about, you probably just came in late. That's all. And so all you got to do is just wait till the stream is over. Charlene, you said you pay you on tax return. You're saying you'll pay me what? You gonna give me your tax return or something? Oh, if that's the case, well, my bank account number is and blah blah blah.
Let me throw mine in there also.
Yeah. The name of my bank is blank 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 blank. And my bank account number is blank 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 blank. If you're gonna give me your tax return, I just don't
I'll take
understand.
good care of you.
I'll take good care of you. That's what a man. No, that's what a piano teacher is supposed to do.
Supposed to do.
No, it's all good though. But anyway, she said your teaching fee, boy. My teaching fee. Are you talking about to create a tutorial? Is that what you're talking about? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Don't
For
you have that tutorial on your playlist?
yeah, I taught. Yeah,
Secret Garden.
yeah, Secret Garden. Yeah, I have a tutorial for Secret Garden. Yes, I do. Um, yes, I do. All you gotta do. Here's the thing about it. Sometimes I'll get messages from people, and I guess they think I don't have nothing to do. I guess and they'll say like, "Did you do this song? Can you tell me if you did a tutorial on this song?" And I'm like, let's and I mean, if you're new to the channel, obviously you might not necessarily know this. There are probably, and I honestly don't know what the exact number is, because before that I started doing piano tutorials, I used to put up there's a video on here with me playing Super Mario Brothers years ago. Literally saving the princess. I mean, I'm just saying, but it's not a lot of those videos, but just put up this whatever. It had nothing to do with music. But the majority of my videos are piano tutorial videos. And YouTube says I have over 1,000 videos uploaded. So in my brain, I'm like, that's easily 800 to 900 different tutorials for sure that I've done. There's no way I'm going to remember them. Classic point. I'm gonna tell you that this just happened to me. I literally I was listening to something. I think I was doing. I was working on Moody's Mood for Love, and I listened to it on Spotify. I was listening to the Brian McKnight and Take Six and Rochelle version, Rochelle Farrell. And if on Spotify, if you don't get to it quick enough when the song ends, it starts playing another song, right? And the other song that it started playing was Whitney Houston's song. I don't know if that was her first album or second album. Um, Man, I can't remember what it is, but it was a song. Now I hadn't heard it in a long time, right? And I said, "Oh, I love this song, man. I should sit down and learn." I promise you, this really happened. I should sit down and learn this and just do a tutorial on it. I love this song, and I don't know what made me type that song in and type my name next to it. I did the tutorial for it already. I did it back in 2017. I'm literally, and this happened like 2 or 3 days ago. I'm sitting here like I should do a tutorial on
Wow.
this song. It's not, and so this is a song I like, and I don't remember doing it. I'm sitting here like, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, that's me. Wow, that's the
That's
whole
bad.
song. So asking me if I did a song, even if there's a lot of songs I do that I don't like, okay, but people pay me to do it, okay, whatever. But I'm not I know you would think I'm the best person to ask to see if I did a song. I'm not the best person to ask is Google. So what you do is you type in the title, or really YouTube, I should say. I'm gonna tell y'all this. If you want to know if I did a tutorial, this is what I do. I type in the title of the song on YouTube, and then right next to it, I type my screen name just like this. So let's say you want to know if I did a tutorial on Bended Knee by Boys to Men, right? So what I would do was on the YouTube search window, I would type on Bended Knee, and then I would space, and then I would just type House of Jazz, just like this. Now, some of y'all try to spell my name the correct way. I don't spell it the correct way. It's not House space OF space JAZZ. No, Now we ghetto here, okay? It's one word with one Z at the end of it. So if you type it just like this next to the title of your song, I promise you the very first result will be, if I did the tutorial, it'll be the first result. That is the best way to find out if I did a song. Don't ask me, because I literally was sitting here like, man, I should do a tutorial. I love that song, man. And I just and I did it 2017. So yeah, don't ask me. I don't know. Let me see. Jazz and B fly. Special props goes to Jazz for the outstanding standard tutorial this week. Oh, he's talking about Jazz and B flat. He's the one that requested Moody's Mood for Love. So he's referring to Moody's Mood for Love. What was that
Moody's
song?
Mood. Who was that by?
Oh man, James. I don't know who did it first. I don't know who's the first one who did it. The first time I ever heard the song was Brian McKnight, Take Six, and Rochelle Farrell. If you've never heard it before, man,
I don't
do
think I
your,
have.
do yourself a favor. Do yourself a humongous favor. It was from Q's Juke Joint. Quincy Jones. Remember he had an album called Q's
Yeah.
Juke Joint? It's on that album. Do yourself a favor. I almost want to play it. I probably would get in trouble though. I probably get a copyright or whatever. But do yourself a humongous favor. Dude, it's Take Six. It's Brian
My
McKnight
favorite group.
and it's Rochelle Farrell all on the same song, yo. Let me say,
Wow.
I'm gonna say this one more time. Let me say this again. Take Six, Brian McKnight and Rochelle Farrell all
I'm
at the
about to
same
put that
on
in.
the same recording, man. And when it's like it's just a bunch of fat jazz chords, man. It's like, yo, you'll never be the same if you love jazz chords. Like,
I do.
here I go, there I go, there I go, there I go, pop, pretty baby, you are. I can't remember from.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
okay.
pretty baby, you are the soul saps my control. Funny thing, but every time I'm near you, I never can behave. You give me a smile, and then I'm wrapped up in your magic. Music all around me, crazy music, music that keeps calling me so very close to you. Turns me your slave. Come over here and do the thing that you want to. Anything, baby, just let me get next to you. And I'm just saying, yo, it's like this song is
Wow.
like incredible. I almost want to say I like it more than On Bended Knee. I don't know. That's how good the
You
song is,
sell
man.
out.
That's how good the song is. Yo. I love that song. It's yo, that is yeah, and it has about I think it's 1.5 trillion chords. It might be 2 trillion chords. It's either 1.5 trillion chords or 2 trillion chords in it, right? So so it took me a minute
Wow.
to get that one, but I did it last week. I did it either this past Wednesday. It was
I'm gonna have to
Wednesday.
check it out.
It was Wednesday. It's man, it's like there I go, there I go, there I go, there I go. Pop, pretty baby, you are. Oh man, it's crazy, man. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I love that stuff.
Lots of chords, man. It's a lot of chords to learn, though. I'm telling you, it's a lot of
I,
chords.
I would like to do more stuff like that, but the thing about it is finding a jazz singer. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
just they just not common like they used to be.
Nope, not like it used to be. Jazz is right. You know what? It's funny. He's talking about the fact that George Benson did it and Patty Austin did it. I never knew they did it until Wednesday when I was doing the tutorial. Once I finished the tutorial, I just wanted to listen to the song some more. And so I listened to the Brian McKnight Take Six, and I get for whatever reason Rochelle Farrell did not make it to the Oprah Winfrey show, so Patty Austin was there. So it was Patty Austin, Take Six, and they did it live. They sung it live, dude, on Oprah. And so I was looking at that, and then when I looked at that, I think I saw, you know how you see the related thing, and it said George Benson, "Moody Mood for Love," and I'm like, George Benson did it, and it didn't even say who sung it with him. And so I'm listening to his version, and as soon as hear the female part, I'm like, I think that's Patty Austin because it sounds like the same lady that sung it on the Oprah show. Then lo and behold, it was Patty Austin. That's a good version too. But I like Quincy's version the best because you got Take Six doing all kinds of freaking harmonies almost throughout the whole thing. Like almost throughout the whole song is some type of oohs and ahs that's going on. Almost while Brian, you know, and you got the jazz chords. So you got all these jazz chords playing, and then you got Take Six doing all kinds of oohs and
Wow.
ahs, and Brian McKnight is just, you know, he's smooth, right? And then all of a sudden
Yes.
Rochelle busts in, what is all this talk about loving me, my sweet? I'm yo, it's okay. Let me stop talking.
Wow.
I would spend the next 2 hours talking about that song. I really would. I would spend the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Yeah. Um, let me see. I think the reason, well, no, I can't say that for sure, but I have, let me see. I don't, but hold on. Bill Cosby did it on his show with Nancy Wilson singing with him and Claire. Yeah, I do remember that. It was on the Cosby show. Yeah, the episode, one of the episodes that had Nancy Wilson in it. Yeah. The song was on there. Earth, Wind and Fire used a lot of, oh yeah, Earth, Wind and Fire definitely used a lot of chords too. You just talking about in general. Yeah. Let me see. I really didn't have problem with the chords. It's the rhythm that gets you. He's talking about. I guess he's talking about playing the song. The chords are easy. It's just the rhythm, how to play them and play them correctly. Yeah, it's just man. That song that's just a bomb, man. I'm looking at my email, and I do see. I guess this is this Ron or Rocky who sent this? Let me see. It just says the letter R. Sometimes y'all email me and it'll say different names, even though it's the same address. Okay, it's Ron. Okay, got you. Okay. So I do have a track from Ron. Rocky, did you do a track this week? I know usually you do a track most weeks. Did you do a track? If so, definitely email it to me because I definitely want to move over to that. And surprisingly enough, I did a track too. I
What?
actually did one.
Say what?
I actually, so for those of you who don't know, on Saturdays, on the live streams on Saturdays, what we like to do is we like to get some chords, and we'll call out some chords, and then we'll say that we need to let's create our own tracks using the same chords. So we'll come up with, usually the minimum is like 4 chords. Sometimes it might be 5 or 6. And then we like, okay, so everybody, okay, we got these chords, you got the 4, okay, good. And then we all create our own tracks using those chords. And of course, you can throw in some extra stuff in it and be a little creative, but we always ask everyone um to kind of, you use this, use the chords, use this, the same chords, and and if you got to, throw an extra chord in there, that's cool. That's all good. Well, it's all good. Okay, Rocky said you sent it to me. Did you send it to me just now or earlier? Let me check. Hold on. I don't want to call out your government name. I know a lot of times your government name comes up, so I might have overlooked it. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute, Rocky. Are you talking about a track that you sent? You know what? I got an email from you a couple of days ago. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, he said earlier also. Okay, you sent it again. Okay, I'll just wait for it to come right now then. Yeah, I think now that I think about it, I forgot. I did say I was switching up how we get the tracks now. Yeah, I guess it goes into full effect after this week. I'll make the announcement again, and definitely after tonight, we definitely have to do a new format for getting tracks. So I'm just waiting for Rocky's track. And then we'll play the tracks and we'll see what people came up with. You know, we're going to see what they came up with. The chords, I believe, were A minor 9, C major over D, E minor 9, F major 7 over G, I believe. So those were the chords. I'm stalling right now until I get Rocky's track. I'm just trying to stall. So y'all just bear with me. I'm just stalling. Uh, but
I was gonna say I
I'll
don't
show
want to
y'all.
be out here by myself.
Oh no, I have one too though. I actually I do. I have one too. So you wouldn't be by
Okay.
yourself. But yeah. So the chords that we used last week were A minor 9, which was A on the left hand, G, B, C, E, and then the second chord was C major over D. All right, D on the left hand, G, C, E on the right hand, and then the next chord was E minor 9, E on the left hand, G, B, D, F sharp, and then it was F major 7 over G. Okay, so G on the left hand, F, A, C, E. Those were the chords that we were supposed to take and make tracks with. Now, Rocky, you're saying no earlier. Also sent it again. When you're saying no, what are you referring to? No, as in you didn't just send it again? Hold on, let me just do this. Hold on. Do a search for your name. I know it usually comes up with your government name, so I'll do a search for your government name. Boom, boom, boom. How come nothing came? Oh, you know what? I know what your email is. So there we go. Kind of easy to remember your email. Okay. Okay, I'm looking now. April 9th. The last email I got from you was on April 6th. Did you send it on April 6th, Rocky? And it's the track called, is it called? It says showcase. It's House of Jazz showcase producer 1, and it says April 4th, 2020. So that can't be the one that you meant for this week because it said April 4th. April 4th was last Saturday. So that was the last thing I got from you, Rocky. So I'm still waiting before we get started. I
He said
sent
it
it
should.
again
He
late.
said it's. Yeah, he said it should be in your Yahoo.
Yeah, that's what I'm
He said
looking at.
it's
I'm in my
yeah labeled
he,
April the 11th.
right. So he said he just sent it again. So I'm
Oh,
waiting.
okay.
I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing. I'll check my spam just in case, but your stuff never usually goes into spam. So, but let me check. Um, nope, I don't see it there. Definitely not in the trash. Oh, trash folder's empty anyway. I don't recall deleting anything recently. Um, yeah, Rocky, I'm not sure what's going on. Let me refresh the entire. I was just refreshing it from Yahoo, but I'm gonna refresh the entire browser. And see if it comes up this way, not just Yahoo, but the whole browser. It's doing a little circle thing like, wait a minute, I'm thinking, sir. Still don't see it. Mm, okay, well, what I'll do if you're looking for new talented friends. Okay, he said he sent it again. Jazz and B flat. You said something about if you're looking for new talented friends, but then you stopped. um don't okay, it's called Don't Worry. Okay. Let me check my phone. Just let me just see my email phone. I'm gonna check the Yahoo from the phone. Just I just want to see something real quick. Sorry for the for those that are waiting. I just want to. What we usually try to do is we try not to tell you whose track we're actually playing. So that's why I kind of wanted to get his track so that you know, okay, it's 3 different people that submitted a track, and no, it's not on the phone thing either. Yep, I still don't have it. But okay, so this is what I'll do. Rocky, keep trying to get that to me, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead on and I'm going to play a track. Now I'm not going to tell you whose track I'm playing. The only people who submitted anything this week is going to be it's either going to be Ron, it's going to either be myself, or it's going to be Rocky. Okay, it's going to be one of those 3. So let me get everything set up. And we're going to check out the tracks. So again, like I said, I'm just going to randomly play something and let's see what we got. I got to do a share screen. Hold on so y'all can hear the audio. Okay. Boom. Okay. But y'all don't need to see that screen. Okay, cool. All right, so here's one of the tracks right here. Do I have the volume up? Oh, I got to turn it. I'm sorry. I'm going to start it over. I'm starting it over. Or you just gonna abruptly end it on me like that? Okay. All right. Well, that was one track right there, and really funky, and I like it. I likes it a lot. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play another track. And I'll just play it right now, okay? And then we'll go. Don't worry, I'll go back and we'll say whose track is who. We'll say who did who, whose track is whom. Where's the other track? I had it set up ready to go. Okay, I found it. All right, here we go. So here's another track based off of last week's chords. Here we go. I can fly high in the sky. I can swim deep in the sea. I bet y'all have no idea who did that track, right?
Hey, that's funky.
I can fly high in the sky. I can swim deep in the sea. I can love again because of you.
Hey, wow. That's all I could say. Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I had my microphone muted. Okay. Um, One soul said definitely not Mike. No, Mike didn't submit a track this week. He didn't submit a track this week. Unfortunately, um, I didn't get a track from you, Rocky. I'm not sure what's going on.
Tell him make sure
So
he didn't send it to your Gmail.
I guess I can check it. I mean, of course, if I play it now, you'll know it's him. But oh well, but let me see. Let me check it. Let me see. I like next to never go into Gmail. I was forced to create it back in when YouTube forced you to do it, and so that's the only reason why I created it. Let me see. There's a whole bunch of messages in here that I never see. Okay, no, I don't see it in there either. I don't see it. I see stuff from April 9th. Today is what, the 11th. I see April 10th. I don't even see nothing from April 11th. Okay. No, it's not there. So oh yeah, I'm on Yahoo. Let me check my spam. Let me make sure it's, I don't know why it would go in my spam folder anyway, because I get stuff from you all the time. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to close out the tab. I'm gonna close out my tab and I'm going to open up a fresh tab. And then I'm gonna bring up my email again and see. Let me see if it's on my end. Okay, so fresh tab. Let's see.
The corona slowed down your email.
Yeah, man. Corona done got the corona done affected my stuff, man. Yeah, Rock, it's not coming, dude. If you want, try you send it to my Gmail. I have it open now. So it's just take yahoo.com off and just say at gmail.com, same name, House of Jazz at Gmail. Try sending it there. Because it's not coming here. It's not coming here. So I mean, we can go ahead on and just say whose track was who, because obviously, even when I get Rocky's track, you're going to know it's his because I'm sitting here saying we already played the two tracks. There was only 3 people to choose from. I already played the 2. So if he sends it, you already know it's going to be him. So let's go to the first track. Let me give y'all a reminder. Oh man, where's this in my download folder? Hold on. Let me give you a reminder of what the first track sounded like, and then y'all can. I think anybody that's been on here long enough will already know who did this one, but just in case, here we go. here's a little refresher. You can type it in the comments section right now. Okay. Sabrina then let the cat out the bag. She let the cat out the bag. Both of the tracks were her. Okay. Ron and I was just trying to trick y'all. It was really Sabrina that made the tracks. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna let that play while I go to my Gmail address. He said he sent it to my Gmail. Okay. Okay. Hey Rocky, I'm just letting you know, man, nothing came there either. But okay, so but who do y'all think created that first track? Your only option is going to be Sabrina. No, I'm just playing. Sabrina was just joking, by the way, when she said that she created this,
And she used the A chord.
oh yeah, and she used nothing but an A major chord, okay? Because y'all know how she is. she, she is Miss A Major, okay? You know, Miss A Major if you're nasty. You know what I'm saying? Her name is Sabrina, but Miss Miss if you're nasty.
Miss A major if you're nasty.
There you go. My name is Sabrina, Miss A Major if you're nasty. We're gonna make her come up on here with her rollers on, like, who y'all calling Miss? Look. Okay, so let me see. That sounds like it's not Ronald Troutman. Come on now, you know it's not. It's not Ronald.
It's Ron.
Okay, well, D says it's Ron, and I'm going to officially announce who it is. And yes, it's officially that was Ron's track. That was Ron's track. And like I said, if y'all been on here long enough,
Right,
y'all,
surprise.
yeah, I was gonna say, y'all already know his sound. And if you've been on here long enough, even though I haven't been doing it every single week, usually people can listen to something and be like, oh yeah, that's jazz with that same old sound. So just to give you a refresher of what my track sounded like, obviously
I knew that second track was your big head.
here we go. Here we go.
Hey, I like that, man.
It was sweet. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I had to throw some lyrics in it. I said, now once I put these lyrics in it, everybody's gonna know it's me because
But that was you?
yeah, that was me singing.
Can you not
Hey,
tell?
that was smooth.
Can
I
you not
thought
tell?
you had done a collab track.
Nah, I didn't. I've done it before. I did one with Nisha with this with this contest, but yeah, not this time. One show of these, he said, "Be nice to me, D." But for those of you, if you just want to hear my track sound like this a little bit.
I can fly high in the sky. I can swim deep in the sea. I can love again because of you. I can fly high in the sky. I can swim deep in the sea. I can love again because of you.
So what woman got his nose open?
Hey, jams.
It's the music. It's the music. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, that was I just figured since I put my vocals in it, it was definitely going to be
Hey, that sounds
given that it
good.
was me.
Hey, I like that, man.
Yeah. No, I like yours too, man. Yours you got a flavor, man, that's like crazy, man. I can fly
Yeah.
high in the sky. And you be like, I mean, your stuff be funny. And I always be coming with the sad stuff. I can fly high in the sky. I can swim deep in the sea. I can love again because of you. Oh, that's the wrong chord, sorry. But anyway,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start switching my style up. I made a promise to somebody, and this is gonna pain me. They challenged me to for a whole week listen to the new music they got out. I'm like, ah, man.
no, we don't listen to new music on this stream. No, we don't want to hear that
Oh
music.
man.
Well, We don't really call it. Oh, you know what? I think Rocky. I think I got something on my phone. It
Uh-oh.
says I got a new email. So hold on. Let me go to the computer because the computer is where it counts. That's when I can. That's where I can download it. Let me see.
I appreciate that, Reggie.
Uh, uh. Okay, you sent it on this one too. Okay, since I'm on Gmail, let me see how you get. I guess you just click this button to download it. All right. Well, here's here's the track that Rocky just sent me. So obviously you're not going to have to guess, but here we go.
Whoa.
Those hi-hats sound like Brandy though.
Yeah, Brandon.
Now to be honest, now that one could have been a toss up. I could, if I was
Hey,
there clicking the track, I would have been like, I don't know, no, which one was Ron and which one was Rocky? Because Rocky, that's different. That's a different style for. I won't
yeah,
say
that
different.
is.
It's not usual. Like Rocky's style is usually somewhat close to mine's a lot of time, but it's still his sound, but it's usually slow. So that was good, Rocky. I'm
Hey,
sorry
that
it took so
was.
I'm sorry it took so long for you to, for it to get here, but I'm glad it did eventually get here. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, those hi hats. It's like, but you know what? If Brandy was on here and she was one of the options of someone who made the track, and I wasn't clicking the track, those hi hats would have had me saying, "Oh, that's Brandy." Then
Yeah, I would have said that too.
it would have only been because of the hi hats. It would have only been because of that. Like, well, hold up, she's the only one that does that.
I gotta ask her how she be doing that. That is, I can't get my hat hats to sound like it,
But you
man.
know what? You can probably manually click the MIDI notes, and
Oh yeah.
all you gotta do is just get one little block perfect, and then you can just copy and paste out. I'm sure you could probably do it. Just get one little block and just get that little block, and then once you get it,
But that's you know what, and that's what I gotta read up on, man. Because I could lay hi hats, but they be like quarter notes and maybe an eighth note. But to get that triplets, man.
you hear my tracks, right? My tracks is always the same too. I don't know how to do all that extra stuff either. Like, man, it's like, yo, did you finish the track that you started with me playing the chords?
I started on it, man,
Uh-huh.
and I felt like I got too funky in it. So
Oh,
so I, so so
okay.
I'm going back to the drawing board. So
Okay.
I've laid the bass line about 3 or 4 times and the drums 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
But man, when I heard it, I'm just like,
Mm.
dude, that
For those,
you got me on that one, man.
oh, okay. For those of you wondering what we're talking about, I stated this earlier, but people come in and out, so you might not know. when I begin this live stream, and if you go to my home screen on YouTube, there's a song that plays, my introduction song, I guess. Do you want to learn how to play your favorite song on the piano? That song right there, right? I played at the beginning of most of my streams too. Well, Rocky asked me to play those chords and send it to him, and he wants to
Right.
create a track around it. So
You
he,
mean Ron, not Rocky.
oh, I said, yeah, I'm sorry, you're right, Ron. I might have said Ronnie. Did I say Ronnie or Rocky?
No, you said Rocky.
You
Okay,
said
my bad.
Rocky.
Ron. Ron asked me to send him the chords, and it was about maybe 3 weeks ago. He asked me to do it, and I finally did it Thursday. I think it was Thursday, so I sent it to him. So I am very eager to hear what he is going to do. And all I did was just play it. Is this a piano sound? I didn't do anything, no electric piano. I literally just played it like that's I just played it like that. I just played it like that. I sent him two different tracks. I sent him one that he can use to loop, and then I sent him one he could use to end the song if he wanted to, where I slowed it down a little bit. And that's
Hey,
it.
that's
And
that was nice, man.
so I am very eager and very I'm always at the edge of my seat, like, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do with those chords? So y'all stay tuned, 'cause definitely
Yeah,
whatever
stay
he
tuned.
does, I will definitely play it. I will definitely play it on the stream. For right now, it looks like we're streaming on Saturdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for right now. The reason for the extra streams is because of the quarantine. Um, that's why we're doing these extra streams. A
Right.
lot of people are stuck in the house, and it gives people, an outlet, something to do. I'm doing giving some, basic theory lessons on here, so you can take that and use that, while you're stuck in the house. But well, let me take what he told me and see if I can apply it. Let me see if I can play all my scales in every key with the ho half, ho half, and stuff like that. So that's why we're doing these extra streams. But what we need to do is we need to figure out what chords we're going to use for next week's beat. So let's go back to the piano and hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button again. Which one I got hit? This one. There we go. All right. So, question is, what chords are we going to use for next week's beat? Should we just use those chords? Nah, never mind. I'm gonna leave that just for Ron. I was gonna say we should just take my chords from the intro and let
Hey,
everybody.
for real.
No, because you got it. No, you got
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna just leave it
That'll
for you.
confuse me. That'll be a lot of stuff running through my head.
Okay, G sharp. You ask, how do you join? Join what? Are you talking about join Patreon or join the beat contest or join the panel? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Mm, mm, mhm. I'm just waiting to see. Oh, you just said, yeah, join what? G sharp. I'm just asking you what are you asking? How do you join what? While I'm waiting for that answer, yeah, let's figure out some chords. I hear Ron playing something. Did you got some chords, Ron?
I
Oh,
got the first one.
okay. What's the first one?
All right, first one is gonna be a F in your left hand,
F on the left hand. Okay.
and then your right hand is gonna be an E flat.
Uh.
G is in girl, G natural, A
Uh huh.
flat, and C,
So that's the first chord.
first chord.
Hold up. Did you say F on the left hand?
Yep, F.
Okay. So this is the inversion of F minor 9.
Yep.
Okay, so let me type that. Hold up. Let me type that. Get that ready. So um F minor 9. Okay, what's going to be the next chord? G sharp. If you want to join the panel, you can send me an email. Use this address right here, House of Jazz. Please spell the name exactly the way you see it, just like you see it, and then put at yahoo.com, and I'll send you a link. All right, and just this one, anybody that's coming on the panel, just letting y'all know the one thing that we don't allow is cursing. So if you want to come on the panel, just make sure you watch your mouth. Okay. I'm just saying, just make sure you watch your mouth, watch your language. Okay, so you have F minor 9, and then what's the next?
Next one in your left hand, a B flat, and then your right hand, C natural is in Charlie, F is in Frank, A flat.
Okay, well, that's like a F minor over B flat, because on the right hand you got F, A flat, and C. So that's like an inverted F minor chord. So I'm going to say F minor over B flat. So I'll call that F minor over B flat. Okay. F minor over B flat. Okay, so far we got, and then, okay, got you.
Yeah.
All right, what you got after that?
Let's see, in your left hand, G natural, G is in girl.
Okay.
Right hand, B flat is in boy. D flat, and F.
Oh, that's like a G augmented 7. Is that augmented, or is it dominant? Diminished. I meant to say diminished. I'm sorry.
Yeah, diminished.
Diminished 7, not augmented. Diminished. Actually, you know what? It's a flat 5. That's what it is.
Oh, is it?
It's like G minor 7 flat 5.
Oh, yeah. It sure is.
It's half diminished. Yeah, it's half diminished means flat 5. So okay, G minor 7 flat 5. Okay. G minor 7. Okay, and what's your last chord? We're almost finished now. Let me say with this, what we're doing right here. Anyone can join us if you would like to submit your track for it to be heard. And you know what I'm saying? Well, I'm going to go back and show you how to play all of these chords. Once I get the last chord, I'll go back and spell out each chord for you. And all I ask is if you're going to join us to have your tracks turned in by Friday, I'll say noon Friday before the podcast. So, we only, even though we do this live stream 3 times a week, we only do this beat contest thing. We only do it on Saturdays. So if you want to participate, you need to make sure you have your track turned in to my email address, which is right here. You spell my name just like this and just put at yahoo.com. And just make sure you have it to me by Friday at noon. Okay, have it to me. And if I have it and everything clears with it, then I will definitely play it. All right, definitely will play it. You got that last score for me, Ron?
Actually, it'd have to be yeah. Actually, I do, because we could go back to the first chord. So, next chord is going to be a C in your left hand, and then in your right hand is going to be a B flat as in boy, D flat, E natural, and then you can add the G if you want. You don't have to.
I like the G. Whenever I play this, I usually do the G. So this is a C7 flat 9 chord. C7 flat 9. Let me type it on. I'm getting ready to put the chords on the screen. C7 flat 9. Okay. So
And then if they want to resolve it, you could just go back to the very first chord.
it would just give them the 4 chords, and then they can determine what they're going to do from there.
Cool.
Okay, so here's the chords that they're on the screen. These are
Okay.
the
Yes,
chords.
Mitch. So you can get it in before Friday. You can have it turned in before Friday.
Oh yeah, you can turn it in any. Yeah, I'm just saying, just have it in by Friday. Yeah, I mean, if you want to turn it in the next 5 minutes, you can. I just want to the next. I don't know how you're going to make the track in 5 minutes when we literally just got the last chord just now. Literally just got the last chord. But you know, if you're that fast, it's all good, man. If you're that
Hey,
fast,
if he's that fast, man, I need to hook up with him.
yeah, for real. Yeah, you and I both. Okay, so let's let's review the chords. If I send it in before Friday, oh yeah, that was Mitch. So yeah, it's okay. All right, so the first chord is F minor 9, and the inversion that Ron gave us is F on the left hand, E flat, G, A flat, and C. Okay, that's the inversion he gave us. There's other ways to play an F minor 9. Usually I do this. I play it like that, you know, personally, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, Ron want to be slick with it. I'm just playing. Okay, so that's F on the left hand, E flat, G, A flat, and C. Okay, now your next chord is going to be a F minor over B flat. So you got your B flat on the left hand, and on your right hand, you got C, F, and A flat. Okay, so on your right hand, this is an inverted F minor chord, because if you take this C and play it up here, look at that, you got a root position F minor. All he did was just put the C down here, and then he put it over B flat. Okay, so that's your second chord. Now the third chord is a G minor 7 with a flat 5. So that means you got G on the left hand, and on the right hand you have G, B flat, that's B as in boy, D flat, D as in boy, you're dumb, and then and then F on the right hand. Okay, I don't know where that came from, but anyway.
With your
I,
thumb.
boy, you're dumb. Oh, and then your last chord is going to be a C7 flat 9 chord. So that's going to be C on the left hand. Then you're going to have B flat, that's B as in boy. D flat, that's D as in boy, you're dumb. Then you got E natural. And then you got G on the right hand. So those are the 4 chords we're using for the chords for next week. So put it together. A way to play them, you don't have to play it this way, will be
Okay, that's enough. You're stealing my idea.
how she gonna tell me when I gotta stop? I can play it for
Yeah,
50 minutes if I want to play it for 50 minutes. It was sounding good, and you just messed it up for everybody. She did.
you're right.
She messed it up. She messed it up for everybody. Oh man, let me flip the camera back. So there you go. So ladies and gentlemen, that's what we got right there. So that's going to be for next Saturday. Again, we only do this particular challenge. We only do this on the Saturday live streams. Okay. So yeah, we'll have some additional live streams next week. More than likely, it'll be Wednesday and Thursday, but we won't do this until Saturday. Just make sure you have your entries turned in by Friday at noon. And of course, it can come before that time. That's fine. But I have to have time to just make sure that the songs. Well, what's been happening is that couple weeks, I've been getting copyright strikes on some of these beats that we're playing. And so what I need to do, I'm not trying to lose my channel over it. You know what I'm saying? And getting in trouble. So I need to be
Right.
able to kind of, hear it and find, and see what YouTube is going to say about it or whatever. So that's the only reason why I'm asking for it early. So that's that with that. So
Got it.
yep. So that's it. Man, oh man, oh man. I guess we might be turning in early unless somebody got something that they want to talk about.
Nah,
I'm
I
kind
think
of
we did all the talk during the
Hey,
week.
that means I might could catch what is that? The Clark Sisters
yeah, the
movie?
Clark Sisters movie is on. I do want to see it, but I'm
What
gonna wait.
station is that on?
Lifetime. It's
Oh,
Lifetime.
okay.
I'm a Karate Kid fan, and man, I got into that Cobra Kai, and man, that was good.
What was that, a TV show that came out?
Uh,
Cobra Kai?
no, no, what it is they done this. So Daniel LaRusso and the guy Johnny,
Mhm,
they they are now older. Of course, they're older, but
mhm.
they have made a series basically where Johnny opens up his own Cobra Kai dojo,
Okay.
and it is good, man. So basically, it's modern day and they're older,
Mhm,
and hey man, it's nice, man.
mhm.
It's a YouTube production actually.
Oh, okay. So,
It's good if you check it out. I'm a big Karate Kid fan, man.
okay.
That was good.
Wax on, wax off.
Wax off. Oh yeah, he taught his new student that.
I did see the one that Will Smith's son did too. I remember seeing that one. Didn't
That's
Taraji?
not the real Karate
Yeah,
Kid.
yeah, no. I was just saying, yeah. No, I'm just saying that I think he didn't he do that with Will Smith's son too. Yeah, oh no, I've seen the real Karate Kid before. Oh no, everyone remembers at the end of it when he did that drop kick at the end. Oh, everybody remembers from that was like the 80s or something like that. We all was in school talking about that.
Oh,
Everybody was walking around like that, like everybody. Yeah, I do know the difference.
and a lot of them ones that was in like in the Karate Kid, some of them are actually making appearances in this new Cobra Kai.
Gotcha.
All besides Mr. Miyagi because
Yeah,
he's
he
passed
passed away.
away.
Yeah, he passed away. How about the boy that played the Karate Kid?
Oh yeah, Ralph Macchio is very much in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that his name? I never knew his name. I just knew what he looked like, I
Oh, and
remember when he did this.
yeah,
Did
hey,
that?
him and Johnny is still into it, man. After 30 something years,
Wow. Okay. Okay.
yeah, they still beefing, man. It's good, man.
It's not better than Dream Girls or the Five Heartbeats, but okay, it's cool. No, it's not. It's
It's
like
close.
that's like comparing apples and oranges. Like, dude, it's two different. That's like
Karate Kid's a whole nother league of his own.
yeah, like that's like comparing soap to dirt. Like it's two
Right. Now I would understand if you said Rocky, you know what I'm saying? Because Rocky, came out with 5 or 6. He's still coming out with Rockies.
yeah, they call it Creed now. They just call it Creed.
Yeah. And those are pretty good. They cool.
Uh, I did see the first. I saw the first Creed, and I did enjoy it. I did enjoy it. The first one. Yeah, so it's cool.
That's the
Uh,
real Ron over there.
yeah,
It's
you
me
Mm.
over here.
you see that it's so that's the same thing with you, right? Like if you want to point
Yeah,
to the right, you actually got to point to the left. Like what right
I'm
now?
a,
yeah.
Yeah, for
I'm
those
a,
of you that's looking at us right now, I'm literally pointing to the left right now so that it looks like I'm pointing to the right. It's real stupid with these
It,
cameras,
it,
man.
it is, and I'm pointing to the right.
Right, it makes it look like you're pointing to the left, right?
what's up, man? What's up?
What's going on, sir? How you
What's up, man?
What's
How y'all
up?
doing?
Good.
Man, pretty good. How you doing?
I'm over here eating some butter grits, man. I'm doing good.
eating some?
Hey,
Ah,
grits the one things that I do not like. I've tried to like
oh,
grits.
I love some
What?
grits.
What?
You, man? What's
What?
wrong with you, man?
Man,
Man, I love some
I've
grits.
tried. How do you even know when they done?
You know
Oh,
what?
that's easy.
I get the easy ones. I go to the store, get the packet, throw the packets in the
Uh,
microwave with the water, and it's all good. It tastes the same exact way as you do if you boil it in the on the stove. It tastes the same way.
I've tried to like grits, man. I
Do you
don't
put
know.
sugar in
Maybe
yours?
it's a texture thing for
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
I do
I put I put a little bit of sugar on mine, and I always
don't
gotta
understand that.
throw the
I don't
butter,
understand that. I
butter
don't
and sugar.
understand. No, what sugar is for cream of wheat.
No,
Salt,
sir.
salt
No.
for
No.
you use salt for the what you just said. What is the grits? You it's butter and salt for
I've
grits.
had it like that.
And then
It's
when
all
you
right.
do, and then cream of wheat is what you're supposed to make sweet. I've never tried grits with sugar. I've never done it before because I'm
I
like, why?
cannot have grits
It's
without sugar.
it's a
Why,
whole new
That sound
taste.
like
Yeah,
oatmeal.
do that?
it's a whole new taste.
That's what cream of wheat is for, man. Cream of wheat is what you're supposed to make sweet, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I like cream of wheat too. I do like cream of wheat too.
But now I
Wheat,
don't like cream of wheat.
cream of
And
wheat.
no, and I don't put no cheese in my grits. No, I don't like cheese.
See, cream of wheat
Uh,
is another one that I
Cheese is
just
good.
don't like. Also,
Cheese is good. Cheese is
yeah,
good.
cheese is good. I like cheese too, but
I
I
I
like
know
don't
why.
even like cheese on hamburgers.
I know why you don't want cheese in your grits because you put sugar in. Of course, it's not going to taste. Cheese ain't going to taste sugar.
it's still good like that too. I tried that too. I tried the butter with the cheese on it. It's good like that too.
Nah, the way grits is supposed to be eaten, and this is the definitive. And why do I say this is the definitive way? Because this is my stream, and I say grits is
Salt
supposed to
and
be eaten with
pepper.
salt, and then cream of wheat is
It's
supposed to be
good.
eaten with sugar, and that's it. That's the law.
I ain't gonna lie. It is good with salt and pepper, but with sugar, it's a whole nother
Oh
level with
yes.
sugar. Whole nother level.
somebody
Tell
said
them,
add
D.
some shrimp.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah.
but not no sweet grits. No,
Yes, I like sweet.
Yeah.
And then put eggs and bacon in it.
Oh
Oh my
yeah. Oh
God.
yeah. Oh yeah.
put shrimp in the grits. Do not put any sugar in. No, you season it with some salt. And pepper.
Look, you up north, we down south, so it's all different.
Well, I can understand the bacon part, but somebody says a real good gumbo with grits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I must not be southern enough.
And I'm
Wow.
from up north, and I still love butter grits with sugar on them. So
I even eat rice with sugar in it.
I don't do that. I've never done that before.
Oh my goodness. You know what I'm thinking about right now is the fact that I always had respect for Jill Scott because she harmonized the word grits. Y'all know what song I'm talking about?
Yes.
You know,
What
so
song?
when I heard that, it's from her first album, and
Word?
I wasn't the biggest Jill Scott fan at the time, and I mean she's
Is
very
it the way?
talented, but
She's one of my
when
favorites.
he said no, you got to listen to this. And he said Richard, yo, she harmonizes the word grits. You got to hear this. So I'm listening to it too, like made me some breakfast
Breakfast.
toast, two
And
scrambled
I'm
eggs.
sure she knows
Then
how to
he
make
was
them too.
like grits and harmonized. I was like, you know what? I got a newfound respect for her because that sounds so good. I've
And
never heard anyone ever harmonize the word grits before.
she's one of my favorites too. Jill Scott, all
Mine
them.
too. That's
Erica
my favorite.
Badu, all them.
Grits.
Yeah.
I ain't heard
She
nothing from Erica Badu in a while.
I know. I don't know what happened to her. I guess something happened and she went crazy or something like that. I don't know the whole story, but um
She just crazy, period. I
yeah,
like her though.
she wasn't showing up for shows and stuff like that. Um she's kind of like on the Lauren Hill tip, not showing up for
Oh yeah.
shows and
Lauryn Hill definitely
Well,
got a bad
yeah. Hey, Lauren Hill made the comment. What did she say? She wasn't paying her taxes because she had. What did she say? She is socially disconnected from the world. Like, what does that mean?
but you're still living on American soil. So since you're
she
Right.
still living on American soil and you're earning an income in America, the rule is you got to
Pay your
have
taxes.
money to.
Yeah, and she was
It's just as simple
she's
as that.
she's so talented, man. She
Yes,
was in
she
the
is.
movie with Whoopi
Just
Goldberg.
act
What's the name of
too.
that movie?
Just act too.
Yeah, and she rapped and she sang. I mean, man, woo. Oh, matter
Yeah,
of fact, Jazz, I wanted to ask you about that.
Ask me
yeah, she
about
was
what?
tripping.
I wanted to ask you about because I saw an interview with TC Carson the other day, and he was saying that it's harder to be an actor and go into singing than it is to be a singer and go into acting. He was saying
Bro.
because he said it's a lot of people that go from acting to singing and they can't make it, but a singer or a rapper can go to act and be terrible and still make a lot of money.
Well, I mean, yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, didn't we just get finished talking about Beyonce the other night? That she's
Oh,
supposed to be an icon, but yet
oh, for real.
most people said that she's not a great actress. We were just talking about that on
Oh,
Wednesday.
word. Yeah, a lot
We
of
just
cats,
talked about
man.
that on Wednesday.
A lot of cats be doing that. I don't think LL Cool J is a real very good actor, but you know
No, he's cool. No, actually, LO is cool. He's cool.
I guess
I'm
to
not
each his
saying
own.
I'm not saying he's great. I'm gonna tell you who's a really good actor, who at least who's believable, is Ice-T.
Yeah,
Ice-T,
yeah. Now
he's
you could tell
believable. He's believable as an
yeah,
actor. Yeah,
Well, he
very.
done come a long way. I don't think he did that good in New Jack City, but
I don't
but
either.
he done come a long way.
I think he. I liked him in New Jack City, and that might was his first acting gig.
Now,
I
see,
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna come on here until D talking about. I'm gonna end the whole grit subject right now. There will be no sugar, no green peas on
I
the
knew Daniels was
South.
going.
The
I knew
only
Daniels was
two
going to talk
things,
about that. I knew
yeah,
he
the
was
people
going to
always
go
got
there.
come on my
things
here
that
and
go
start
on
talking about
grits
old stuff.
is butter, salt, pepper, and optional cheese. There is no sugar. You lost your mind.
Well, I already told them what the rule is because
Like
because on this stream you eat grits with salt. It's just as simple as that. That's the rule.
You can
No,
put salt
God
in it,
damn.
but it's also good with sugar as well.
it's good both ways. That's what we trying to
No,
say.
Yeah.
no,
It's
no,
good both
Sugar
ways.
no.
is for cream of
You
wheat.
you got your oatmeal and grits mixed up. No, sugar is good for
No,
oatmeal.
No,
Ain't never
sugar is good for
I
cream of
don't
wheat.
eat
Cream is good for
oatmeal.
oatmeal too. Yeah, cream
never,
of wheat.
ever, ever. That is the sacred rule in the South. Salt, pepper, butter, and optional cheese. That's it.
Yeah,
No,
that's probably the
do not
biggest.
disrespect the South grits like that ever. That's just
Well,
like
James, you know I
disrespecting my
love you,
life.
but I'm sorry, sweetheart. I love grits and sugar with bacon and eggs.
So I guess
Yeah.
See, I have no issue with bacon. I have
so
no issue with
tell me you
eggs.
don't put salt on your watermelon. Please tell me you don't put salt on your watermelon.
No, no, I don't
I
put no
hate when
salt
people
on
do that.
watermelon.
Nah,
No,
she probably put sugar on the watermelon too, because she probably put sugar on everything.
no, I don't put
Okay,
sugar on watermelon.
yeah, this not sweet enough. Hold on. Okay.
Nah,
Stay me there for a second. I'm about to
I can understand that though. I can understand that. Take the sweetness away.
for what? That's the point of the watermelon.
Don't eat the
Yeah.
watermelon if you don't want something. Don't eat the watermelon.
Okay, you know what? You know what watermelon is, and I've always said this. This is my personal opinion. Watermelon is the perfect Kool-Aid. It's got the right amount of sugar, right amount of juice, and it goes down just fine. You ain't got to add
Well, it
nothing
depends on if
to
you pick it right. Sometimes you can't pick a good
And
watermelon.
believe it or not, I don't like watermelon.
I don't either.
You know what?
I
You're
never
Oh,
no
understand
longer
it.
my Aaron.
what happened?
Ron, you're no longer my Aaron,
Hold on,
man.
hold on.
If you don't like watermelon, then you can't be my Aaron. Oh, he
Now,
just
I
left.
don't like cantaloupe. I can't stand cantaloupe.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't like cantaloupe either.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can't.
I
You
love
can't be my
I love
Aaron
I don't
anymore.
like
cantaloupe.
I
strawberry.
mean, I like the fact that you like the boys, but if you don't like watermelon, man, you can't be my Aaron anymore. I'm gonna use your joke now. That's your joke, but I'm gonna start using it. You said that to Drea. It came out of nowhere and was like, Drea. You're not my. Yo, I was done. I was
Where,
done when
where
you.
is she? Where is she at, anyways?
She sent me an email. While once the thing started, let me see what she said. I think uh, she said she couldn't make it on tonight. Got to prep for work, getting started next week, and wanted to get some family time in. Okay. She said she hopes to
Oh,
come on
that's good.
next Saturday. That's what she said. This came actually while we were talking. That's why I didn't read the whole thing. I just saw that she's all I saw was that can't make it today. But yeah, yeah. So I guess she must have got another. She must have got one of those supermarket jobs or something that everybody getting. I'm assuming. I'm
Hey,
assuming because the schools are
uh,
definitely not back open. I know that.
yeah, they started. They made all the kids here. They just opened it up Tuesday. All of them are doing online schooling now. And the school provided tablets and laptops to the kids that don't have any.
Right. Right. Yep. So yeah, but she did. I guess she was planning on coming on, but she said not tonight.
Who's that?
And then let's not even talk about Sabrina.
I don't know. I don't know what Sabrina's actually doing right now. I never know what.
Uh, my man, PK, you gonna love the Karate Kid series. I promise you. I done seen
Hey,
all the.
it's good, ain't
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir. I'm waiting for season 3 to come now.
Yeah, I just finished. I binge watched. I watched season 1 and season 2 yesterday. But man, it is awesome.
Question: do you think Allie is gonna be on the show? That's all I'm gonna say. You
Oh,
think
is she?
have Allie? I think they don't have nobody else. They got to bring Allie back.
I agree with that. Man, can you imagine the chaos that would cause between Daniel and what's his name, Johnny? Boy,
You know what? That's why it's gonna get all twisted before it's all said and done. But I'm just curious how it's gonna all end. But all I'm gonna say is there's gonna be some partnerships that's gonna happen through this, and that's
yeah.
all. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm telling you, there's gonna be some partnerships you ain't gonna see coming.
Hey, but that was that was good, man. I can't believe it's a YouTube show. I mean, they done a really good job on this, man.
Oh, they're making mad money too. Yeah, they're making some
Oh
good
yeah.
money off that. Now, the Clark sisters. Who's gonna see? Is this gonna be a series or is this the whole show?
I know this is just their biopic.
Oh,
Just their,
so
it's just their biopic. That's all it is. Just like
Yeah, I
Northeast
can't
had a
wait to see
biopic
that.
and everybody. Yeah, I definitely want to see it. I actually thought about it. I said maybe I should have canceled this live stream. I was like,
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If it's
come
gonna be
on.
like the new edition, then yeah, it's gonna be probably broke up in some parts. So okay, so part
Yeah.
one definitely played
Well,
tonight.
I don't know if it's a one night thing or 3 part night. I don't know, but I definitely slightly was like, maybe I should cancel this, and I said no, because everybody is not going to be looking at the Clark sisters. But I know one thing: I'm going to look to see. Usually, Lifetime will show the exact same movie again. So if
Yeah,
let's say
they will.
like if it goes off at 11 o'clock or something, then it'll probably come right back on again. So I'll just catch it then. But I do want to see it. I've seen a clip of it. I think it was the clip where Twinkie sold her publishing or something, and Maddie Moss Clark was like, I mean, it was like the clip was just like, yo, is like, and let's just say Maddie Moss Clark obviously didn't take any games. She ain't play no games. And she was so
Right.
furious with her. And Twinkle was like, I just felt that I deserved to be able to have a Cadillac, have a nice car for myself for once. And they was like, what did you do to get that car? And they was like, all I did was just sign my publishing to such and such. And that Maddie Moss Clark was like, you did what? It's like I saw, I think it was on Instagram, Shalea, I think. And she's one of the women that's playing the Clark sisters. I follow her on Instagram because she's an incredible singer and piano player. And she had played the clip.
Didn't really do
I
that.
was
Are
like,
you serious?
when I saw that clip, I was like, yo, I got to look at that. I got to look at the show, man.
See why Manny May lost her mind. I'm surprised she ain't take a broom and go upside her head.
It looked like she was, man. That scene, that particular scene was just so. It was like I was like, I got to watch this movie when it comes out. Got to. I don't know why they had to pick a Saturday night when I do my live stream to air it, but that's all right. They're gonna show it over and over again. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. But I'm just tripping off that. Like, that lets you know that she didn't know much about the music biz. When I'm
Nah,
like, if you got
she
to know,
sold her
if you
publishing
can own your own
because she wanted a
platform,
nice car.
this
This is
is
Twinkie. This was Twinkie. She sold her publishing. And according to this clip, now it was only like a 30-second clip, but that's what it sounded like. She just wanted to have a nice car. So she sold, and it was all the songs that she had written or something like that. At that point, they were still, I guess, they were still young in their career or whatever. And Maddie Moss was like, she was like, looked like she wanted to kill her, yo. That's what it looked like. I'm like, yo, okay, definitely gotta check that out. Um, but yeah, like I said, if y'all, I think we're good for tonight, y'all. I think what has happened is that we've been doing these live streams so often. It's like, woo, it's kind of hard. Some nights, sometimes you just
you
don't
got
have
to give
nothing
it
to
a
talk
break.
about.
Yeah, sometimes
Sometimes
you
you
make
just
the
don't have
mental
nothing.
slip.
There's no need to even push it. It's been 3 hours. We've been on here for three
Hey,
hours, and
that's true. We've been going hard.
we have. We definitely have. So I don't feel bad at all. For those of you that may have just joined this live stream, if you joined this live stream to see me talk about diminished chords, what did I say? Augmented chords and sus chords. We did that at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so if you want to see that content, we are about to end this stream now. So give YouTube a little time to do whatever they do. And once the video posts back up, just make sure you just check out the first, I would say the first 25, 30 minutes of the stream. You will get the lessons on that music theory. Okay. So and what we usually do is after that we just start talking about different things. But tonight I feel a spirit of tiredness, especially over me. Everybody else. So
Nah,
I'm not
Jazz
so
want
I'm
to
not
catch
gonna
that
push
movie.
it. I'm
He
not
trying
gonna
to catch
push
that
it.
movie.
No, I'm going to try to catch the movie. But I'm gonna tell you what I think is gonna happen. I have not been to sleep in over 24 hours. It's probably been about 40
Ooh.
something hours since the last time I laid down. So more than likely,
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
go up
falling
to
asleep
the
on
room.
hit.
I'm gonna turn Lifetime on so it can be ready. And before that movie comes back on again, I think I'll be knocked out.
You're gonna be
Hey,
ooh. Jazz be trying to.
Start taking you at least one melatonin every night, man. It does help.
Melatonin helps with what?
Sleep.
It helps with
Sleep.
sleep.
Oh no, it's not because I can't sleep. It's because I'm always doing something down here.
Uh, yeah,
So I might doze off here like this. And but
yeah. That's
that's just for like maybe 5 minutes or something. Then that's it. I'm
hey,
like, oh, what am I working on?
hey, that's my problem is I sleep at the wrong times, but when it's time to go to sleep, I can't go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's serious business, man. I hate that.
Yeah, I
Hey,
haven't been. Yeah.
and that's real.
And it's
Just
not like
being
because I was even going to try to take a nap before this live stream, and I'm like, and then even then I was doing stuff, and I was like, man, I was going to try to at least take a nap. I ain't even get one.
man.
Like, the last time I was in my bed, I'm trying to think. Was it Thursday?
This
Hold
cat
on.
said he trying to
I
faint
don't. I
once he
don't.
go
I
to
don't
bed.
think I was even in my bed Friday. Yesterday was Friday. I don't even think I ever laid down in my bed yesterday. I have not laid down at all
Ooh.
yesterday. And now we're at Saturday evening, and I still haven't laid down in the bed yet.
Ooh.
So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to look at the movie, but I really think as soon as I get in that bed,
It's gonna be a wrap. Or you should make
that's
sure
what
you
I
sit
think.
or you sit up. You can sit up in your you got a lazy boy?
Even okay, if I have a lazy boy, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm still gonna go to sleep. Okay.
You're gonna be doing the head
No, I
nod.
don't
Hey,
have a lazy boy in my room, but if I did, and I sat in the lazy boy, I still would go to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
pretty
what I
sure.
do.
I'm
Hey
sure.
man,
But
that's what I do.
I am so sure I would go to sleep even if I had a lazy boy.
Jazz gonna be head nodding that joint trying to.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna no, because I'm getting in the bed. No,
Oh,
just
you getting
say
in
no.
the
There's not gonna be any head nodding. It's gonna be some snoring. It's
Jazz
gonna be
sleepy
some
time.
straight up snoring. Yeah, actually, is Mike A still in here? He's the one that created it. I don't know if he's still in here. Dude named Mike A. Yeah, it's gonna be jazz sleepy time. That's what it's gonna be.
Hey,
But
that was so funny.
sorry, that was hilarious. I looked at that stream again when he typed it, and I'm like, "This is your first time in here. How you gonna crack on me?" And you just said this
oh,
is your first time on the stream. Dude, getting on me like, "Yo," I'm like, "You part of the family, man." Shoot.
Hey,
supposed to be.
hey man, I got a musician friend, man, and when we used to lay tracks, he stays so busy. This is no joke, man. He would literally be laying tracks and be sleep doing it, man, and they would be the tightest tracks, man. It's
I wish.
crazy.
You know what? One of the reasons why I didn't go to sleep because I said I was determined to get a track done for tonight's, live stream, and
Yeah.
yeah, I was down here from Friday into Saturday, and I was half asleep doing that track, and you heard me, I even recorded a 2-part harmony part.
Hey, hey, that was nice, man. You know what? I had been pretty much taking Saturday to do my tracks, but man, Sunday with it not being church, I still
Uh-huh.
get up at 5 in the morning. I don't know why. I don't care what time I go to bed. But anyways, I started working on that track last Sunday. But what's so crazy? It was so many days in between that I started changing up the whole track. And I was like, man, this is crazy. I'm never gonna be satisfied with anything that I
That's
do.
the trick. And I've listened to producers and songwriters and stuff on YouTube say that at some point you have to know when to just say, "Okay, this is
Yeah,
good," because you will personally never, ever, ever,
Ever.
and I know it's true. You'll never be totally satisfied
right. That's
with your
true.
music. Like when you're creating and
Yeah.
everything, it's always going to be some, and that is so true. It's like, but you have to have that common sense to be able to say, you know what?
And
Now,
that's and that's why with musicians, that's I guess that's why it makes sense now you said that, how we could make a track and we're done with that track, we're off to the next track. You know what
Uh,
I'm saying? so
yeah.
so that makes sense.
Hmm.
now, I want to know if y'all like me when I'm writing some lyrics. I'll keep my phone by my bed, and I'll wake up at like 3 in the morning and be like, I just got 2 new lines. I'll wake up at 3 in the morning and type the lines in my phone like, ooh, okay. Come back up. Next day I'm good. The song is done.
I've heard of songwriters say, that's how they do, but that's not how I do.
You don't do yours
Like
like that?
usually for the okay, like that little hook that I'd sung, I forgot how it go, but for that track, all I did was just I had the thing on loop, and I just kept trying to sing something until something actually made somewhat sense. To me, it still don't make sense. Like it's like I wouldn't say that would be the final lyrics that I used on this track, but I just was just sitting there and I just kept trying different things and something about flying in the sky, and I said, okay, I'll do that. Okay, let me see something. I can fly high. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, what
Just
comes after
came,
sky? What comes after sky? And I said, well, let me talk about swimming in the deepest sea. Okay.
just
It's
came
like
to you.
Hey, hey,
it came. It was just on loop. And I just kept trying different things. And I said, you know what? Okay, let me use that.
that's how that work. Hey, with that recording thing, I've tried to record myself when a melody comes in my head or
Yeah,
idea
I do
comes in
that
my
too.
head.
Yeah.
But here's my problem is that the next day or the next hour, whenever I get to a piano, it I can't remember exactly what all I had in my head. So it generally doesn't work because I start changing the whole thing up. I don't even understand what I just hummed to myself. It makes no sense because I got 5 different instruments going off, and you can only put down one instrument at a time.
You probably be
You
trying to
know.
hum that A major chord. That's what it is. You be trying to hum that A major chord.
That
I don't
or
even think she's in
sometimes
the chat because if she was in the chat, she would have said something. She must not be in the chat right now because I know she would have said something if she was.
or sometimes you can get like I'll get like a tape recorder and I'll hum the piano sound that I want. I'll hum it out and then I'll just play it over the piano like that. I'm like, oh, okay.
Man,
Yeah.
hey, I'm glad it comes out that way for you because, man, I've never had no luck.
Yeah, I have to be sitting. It's like I always I'm pretty sure almost every time I create the music first. I know people say that they hear melodies and then they
Yeah.
build chords around it.
Yeah.
I usually never hear melodies. My thing is
I don't either.
I love chords, yo. I'm a chord
Me
man.
too.
So it's like I just go for chords. And then all of a sudden I just start putting some chords together. And then once I get the chords and I'm like, okay, that sounds good. Then I'll say, well, I need something, some type of melody. And then once I get an idea for a melody, then I'll start writing lyrics. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm not the
That
type of
makes
person that
sense.
wake up like Nasi said.
Yeah.
He wakes up and he got it. It's like it doesn't come. It's like I gotta just go make some chords, man. It's like if I'm
Yep.
not, and then once you lay the chords down, you put that joint on loop, and you just let
Yep.
that joint loop, and then you just okay. I can fly high in the sky, whatever I said. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Man,
yeah.
I wish I could sing.
I thought Jazz was trying to sing some R. Kelly. I believe I can fly over there.
I don't know why you thought I was singing that. After I
Hey,
took that piano tutorial down, you should know that.
hey,
'Cause
that's so funny. I was watching they got on the streaming app they got 24/7 Mad TV, and they had a clip of Arius Spears playing R. Kelly, and he's singing, but this is before the R. Kelly scandal that we got today. That is it's a little girl that comes to his dressing room, and the bodyguard stops her, and she said, "But wait a minute, I got Girl Scout cookies." And R. Kelly turns around, he said, "Come on, man, let the kid in." And he starts.
oh no.
Hey
Oh
man, and he starts
no.
singing the
That's
whole
bad.
song around it, man. I
That's
was like,
bad.
this is crazy. I'm like, this is still relevant. Here we are, what,
20,
13, 14,
yeah,
15 years later.
That's bad, bro. That's
but
bad.
the one that I feel bad about, and I really do feel bad about how hard I laughed. I might be getting in trouble for saying this, but I never really considered what's his name, Dave Chappelle. He's never been that hilarious to me.
Yeah.
I know some people put him on the mount, they're like
Yeah.
whatever,
On a
right?
pedestal. They put
He's
him on a
not, yeah,
pedestal.
he's not like that for me. It's like when I look at his show, most of the time the stuff is not funny. But he had 2 episodes that I've seen, 2 skits that he's done that made me laugh. One of them I'm happy to laugh at. The other one I'm kind of mad at myself for laughing at. But the first one is when he imitated the band from Making the Band. Do you remember? He was
That was awesome.
yeah, dialing. Then it is dialing, dialing. But then he would jump into somebody, like he would pretend he was Diddy and jump in somebody's arm and like, carry me out, please. Puffy always seemed like he got somebody doing something for him. Like,
Hey,
go give me
bad news. What do you say? Bad news. I'm shutting down the studio.
right. That was when he did that, I'm like, yo, hilarious, man. And he had most of the original people from the band in there. I know Dylon wasn't there because Dave Chappelle played as Dylon. Because all I remember him saying was like, there's Dylon, and Dylon, like talking about the members of the group. He was like, the members of the group is Dylon. It was that was, but the one that
No, they was asking. He was like, he said, who's the best rappers? He said,
That's what
Dylan.
that's what it was. I knew it was something like that. And I was like, yo, that was hilarious. Man. I know at one point he jumped into somebody's Dave Chappelle, like, because he wanted some, like, Puffy always act like he can't do nothing for himself or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, he be tripping, man.
That was fun. I'll give Dave that all day, all week,
Nah,
all year, all century. That was hilarious. But the only thing that I did laugh at was when he did the R. Kelly thing. I ain't even gonna lie. Man. When he did
That
that,
was
I'm not
funny.
even gonna lie. When he did that R. Kelly and pee on you song, I was
Right.
I
like
didn't
the
see
first
that. I
time
didn't
I
see that.
saw
Joint.
the first time I saw that, I'm like, no, he didn't. Did
But
you
but
really
hey,
do
Yes, he
this?
did.
hey,
I'm
but
talking
did
about,
you see his grandmother? His grandmother was in the background. That's my Robert, always peeing on people.
and I was just like,
Nah,
what I'm saying? And it's like.
that's crazy.
It's like, and I will admit, man, it was funny, but it's like, but I can't even look at. That's why I refuse to look at. I won't look at that anymore because I don't want to laugh at that. I don't want to laugh
Yeah,
at it
his
because all
topics,
the stuff that came out. Even I
his
mean,
his
it's like
topics are pretty crazy, man.
yeah,
His
yeah.
topics are really
So,
crazy.
but I will admit that when that came out, when I saw that, I
You was
did. I
dying.
did. Oh, I was laughing.
That
I was laughing,
you,
but
was
I'm
that,
like, I
you,
ain't
you, you
that
didn't
was
like the Rick James skit or the Prince skit?
I don't get that. I remember him saying "f your couch" and all this stuff, and I remember that
oh that was
basketball, something about playing back. I remember all. It's like I just sit and just watch it.
that
It's
one
like
was
most of the
hilarious.
stuff just don't make me laugh. He doesn't make me laugh, but when he did the band, oh man, I was done. I was done. I was like, this okay, but I just don't.
I mean,
It's
for
like I'm
me,
like that with Chris Rock. I'm like that with Chris Rock too,
yeah, for
yo.
me,
I know there's
same goes with
people.
the stand-ups.
Yo, what was that movie that Chris Rock did where he got that erection and he couldn't get it down? At the end of the movie, he took that he took the
I
he
can't
took that
remember.
pill.
That sounds familiar, but I can't remember what movie. I can't
Oh,
remember
I
what it
love
was.
my wife or something like that. I
Oh, I
love my
think I
wife.
love my wife
Yeah,
or something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
think I
yeah,
love
yeah.
my wife.
He couldn't get it down, and they put him in the ambulance just trying to get it down.
I mean, I don't think it was that
I
funny.
kind of yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yo,
Yeah. But yeah, Chris Rock, man, he don't
he
he
funnier
don't
than
do it for me. He will. I mean, he'll make me laugh sometimes. I'm not saying not laugh. I mean, you, you know when he did. This was probably his first movie. Is when he did "I'm Going to Get You, Sucker." That to me, that's his scene is one of the most classic scenes in there. How much for was it a cup of soda? And they were like, "Whatever." Yeah, good lord, that's a lot of money. How about
oh
I give you
yeah,
50 cents and you give me some in my hand? Now that was like his first. And then I thought he was funny there
New Jack
on
City.
that little clip, but
Yeah,
as he became big time and everything, I'm like, it's like okay, head of state. Head of State is one of my when it comes to
Head
comedy,
of State is different.
it sits up there at the top. Head of State sits at the top as one of
I'll,
the funniest
Jed,
movies of all time. It sits there,
Jed,
but it's not because of Chris Rock. It's
exactly,
because of
exactly.
Rusted Soul,
Need Mac.
Bernie Mac. Bernie
oh
made that movie.
man,
It was the other. I mean, Chris was a part of it. Don't get me wrong. He had some, but the reason why that movie sits up here is because of Bernie Mac,
he
man.
loves some Bernie Mac.
Not because of Chris Rock, man. I mean, when Bernie Mac, the first time you saw Bernie Mac, what was he doing? Slapping people coming off
Slap
the train.
people out the
Like, hey,
train.
how do you feel about your brother? Or he pow. I mean, that's so classic. It's in my hey, can you listen to my demo? Can you give my tape to Puffy for me? Pow! I mean, he was just slapping. I mean, it's just hilarious. And then when he was, they was trying to ask him about NATO and whatever. It was like I forget the guy's name. He's retired now, but he was trying to ask him. He said, you're running for vice president of the country. You should know things about NATO or whatever. He said, oh, I thought you was talking about NATO Jenkins. He said, see, you got to be more. He just, he just rerouted everything that reporter was trying to get to see. I thought you saw about NATO Jenkins. You gotta be specific with me. You know, I don't like to talk about people behind their back. You up here talking about what do I think about NATO? I mean, all I know is NATO Jenkins. You know, it did something about that, and then the guy was like, "So you trying to say that you're going to be the vice president and you don't know nothing about NATO?" And he was like, "Do you know NATO Jenkins?" And then the guy said, "But this NATO, this has nothing." He said, "Excuse me, answer my question. Do you know NATO Jenkins?" And then the guy said, "No, I've never met the guy." He said, "Okay, then you don't know NATO, and I don't know NATO." I was done when he the way he did that is not. It might not be funny the way I explained it, but if you look at the scene,
I didn't even see that.
the way he did
Yeah.
that, what he did was he flipped it because he really didn't know what NATO was. NATO had something to do with what was going on in another country, war and all that stuff. It had something to do
Yeah.
with and he didn't know anything about it. So he just lied and said, "Oh, I thought you were talking about NATO Jenkins." So he just made up this name. And by the time he was finished, the reporter was trying to make Bernie Mac look like he just didn't know what he was talking about, like making like he's dumb. But by the time Bernie flipped it, Bernie was like, "Do you know NATO Jenkins?" And the guy was like, "That I don't understand what me knowing NATO Jenkins have anything to do. Excuse me, do you know NATO?" And when the guy said no, he said, "There you go. You don't know about NATO, and I don't know." I was like, "Yo, I'm like, yo, this is classic, 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 classic." I was done. I was like, "This, man, I was done."
I'd
I
rather
was,
see some Eddie Murphy. I'm a big Eddie Murphy guy.
oh yeah, Eddie
Eddie,
Murphy.
Oh man,
Yeah,
me too, man. Love
he
Eddie.
Eddie, man, his first two, what was his first two stand-ups? The stand-up was Raw. Was it Raw? That was the first one,
Raw
right?
and
I've never
delirious.
looked at. I've never
Yo,
looked at one of any of his stand-ups like all the way through or anything like that. I've never.
they are
I'm I'm
crazy.
I'm more of a movie Eddie Murphy. I'm more of the movies. The movies, you give me Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2, give me Boomerang, those movies, yeah, all day long, all day long. But
Hey, hey, I tell you somebody else who I just forgot how funny they was. Arius Spears is hilarious, man.
Yeah,
who?
I saw him. Yeah, he did the DMX impression. I was rolling,
Yeah.
man. He sounded just like DMX. I was like, yo, that cat's funny, man.
Hey man, you have to go on YouTube, man. He done original Rick James and Eddie Murphy skit when Eddie it was the making of Party All the Time. Man, if y'all ain't seen that, you got to see it. It's hilarious. And then he done a skit with Tiffany Haddish where
I'm
he
gonna have to
plays
check that out.
Bill Cosby, man.
Oh
And
my goodness! Oh,
hey man,
oh.
I know
and
that's
this
funny.
Do
this dude,
you want to take this pill? It'll make you. No, I'm just making. I don't know. I don't know if
and
that's what.
and and and, and that's basically what the basis was is
Oh,
that
okay.
it was him eating a Jello pudding pop
Jello
and he was
pudding.
on. Hey man, Arius Spears is
Yo,
crazy,
yeah,
man. You
he's a
got to
funny
see
cat.
that.
He is a funny cat, man.
So you say his name is Arius?
Yeah,
How you spell that?
Aries,
Yeah,
Aries Spear. I think
yeah,
it's Aries.
yep.
Okay,
That's it,
I'm
man.
gonna look
You,
it up. I want to see
I,
the.
I, I, I look up the Eddie Murphy and Rick James. Man,
Yeah,
that
that's
one
that.
is hilarious, man.
That's why I want to see you. You said he was doing Bill Cosby. You said Arius. What's his
Yeah,
last name?
Spears.
Oh, I see it. I
Spears.
see that name. And you said he did one with Bill Cosby.
Yeah, he done Bill Cosby.
Let me
I
see.
don't care what you say
He
though.
he he done
He,
two Bill Cosby skits.
nobody does Bill Cosby like Jamie Foxx, man. Jamie Foxx
Oh,
got
Jamie
that
Foxx
on.
is good at
Yeah,
impersonating,
he
man.
real good at it.
Jimmy Fox.
I'm looking
Yeah.
at I'm looking at just a icon, I guess you can
Clip.
say, of this. I'll put it on the screen so you.
Aries Spears.
Hey guys, I just want to let y'all know, man. I'll see y'all next week. Good night. Richie, take care of yourself down there, man. Baltimore.
Hey, good night. Be safe, man.
All right,
Yeah,
Jay.
Word.
all y'all be safe, man, from this virus. Real talk.
Yeah.
All right, you too, man.
All right,
All right.
man.
Word. Man, James is quiet tonight. You watching the Jazz?
He's just froze.
Yeah, maybe his yeah, I think he
Hey,
did.
cause I was like, man, I was like, how is he keeping that same?
Exactly. I was like, what you staring at?
Yo, that's
like, did he
crazy.
fall?
It gotta be froze.
Yo, that's crazy. We got
I
to
was
take a picture
like,
of that or something.
man,
That's
is
crazy.
he like sleep? Is he been
Looking at.
Hey man, that was funny, man. You was like froze for 1 minute. I was like, how's he keeping that same look on his face?
I know, right? I think what it is I think it was my Chrome browser. The actual Chrome browser crashed because all the tabs I had open froze. All of the tabs, I said, okay. I said, let me just. So I just forced to close. I said, let me just force it and come back. But yeah,
Yeah, mine did that earlier.
Yeah, Chrome ain't acting
but
right
mine's
now.
did it. Mine's did it when I hit the share screen. I was trying. I went to hit the share screen, and as soon as I clicked it, that's when it just froze on me. I was trying to show y'all what I saw with Arius. It's like just the picture I saw. What's his name? Arius. You say okay, and then I typed in Bill Cosby. Hold on. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
And
he
I'm
was a
like,
funny
just the thumbnail itself
Yeah.
got me looking like what?
Oh
I'm
no.
looking at the
but
thumbnail like
hey, but you
what?
gotta see how he looks, dude. He looks crazy, man.
Oh, no.
Let me see the Cosby Show 2014. Oh, that's Tiffany Haddish.
You know, I bought you $44 worth of lobster. You know, like I said, in return, and you know what I mean? Oh, you can do better than that, sugar lump. Doink, doink.
Okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
guess I better look at this another time. I guess I better look at that another time.
Yeah. You have to look at one another time. My bad on that one.
I said, yeah, let me look at that another time. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yo, he look crazy with that hair, man.
Hey, he did look
You know
crazy.
me, you know, I bought you $40-something. And she like, oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Alrighty then.
but he does another one where they're like doing a Cosby Show reunion, and you know and I forgot who the other guy was on Mad TV, light skinned guy. He played Claire Huxtable, and man, it was crazy, man. I forgot how funny this cat was, man.
Right.
Tiffany Haddish, she is in a movie a movie that I'm watching right now. Let me see what this called. Oh man.
You know, for me, Tiffany Haddish is not that funny, man.
No,
I don't know
she's
Oh, yeah,
not
I don't think
hilariously funny. She's not.
She just knows how to get in the right deals. That's all. She get with the right people.
Okay.
Because she's into something now called The Last OG.
Yeah, isn't that on a
yeah.
Hulu or something? I haven't looked at it, but they advertised it.
It's funny.
I go to look at Hank and Mr. Cooper, and then I see.
Oh, you watched that too? I'm on season 2 with Mr. Cooper.
I'm on season 3, I think.
and guess what else I watched? They had 24/7 of Alf. I watched Alf.
Yeah, I got that on my.
Wow.
I haven't. I think I may have looked at one episode or something just to refresh my mind, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not actually looking at Alf like that. The shows I looked at every episode of Perfect Strangers at last year, especially when I had that when I had my amputation and I definitely couldn't do nothing. I looked at every episode of Perfect Strangers. And what's funny is the dude that played Cousin Larry is the dude that is directing every episode of Hanging with Mr. Cooper, the 3rd season. Mark Lynn Baker.
Oh, really?
It keeps saying that, yeah, and he even was a guest star on one of the episodes, and every episode keeps saying directed by Mark Lynn Baker. And I'm like, I know that name because I looked at every episode of Perfect Strangers.
He's on
so I know cousin Larry's real name.
And guess what else he was on?
What else?
Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh yeah, not Cousin Larry, but Balky. Balky was on Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
Okay.
His
Yeah, oh
name
yeah,
was
Jazz.
Surge. Yeah, his name was
Yeah.
Surge. He was like, would you like to get the cappuccino with a lemon twist? Oh, it's very good, or something like that. Eddie Murphy was like, no, thank you. Or something.
Yeah,
And then they
Balky.
started talking. It was like, get the F out of here. I don't know what they
Balky.
it was talking about something. And Balky got so excited. He was like, I was like, and Eddie Murphy was just playing with me, and he realized that he was playing with him.
Balky is on what you call it too, Jazz. Balky is on
Step by Step
Yeah,
for
yeah,
like a season. Yeah, he was on. Yeah, that's another show I looked at. I looked at every episode of Step by Step last year. Because remember, last year was when I had the amputation. So all I
Yes,
was
you saw
doing was
everything.
sitting with my leg up. That's all I was sitting.
Watching
All I could
everything.
do was sitting and my leg up and trying for my foot to heal.
Yeah, that's
So yeah,
when I was sick too. I was
I
laid
looked
up
at.
too.
Yep, I looked at
I was watching
Step by Step. I looked at a lot of Family Matters, but I didn't look at every episode. And,
Yeah, they got so many. They got like what 9 seasons?
Yeah, they got
It's a long.
Family Matters is a lot of 9 seasons is correct, I believe. So yeah,
And Good Times got like they only got what 5? Good Times got
6.
6.
They only got 6 seasons. They only had 6. They had 3 with James and then 3 without
3
James.
without James.
Oh wow.
And James was talking about why he left too. But
Mhm.
that's those were the times, man. 70s.
Yep.
It was rough.
And I'll be catching up on my Good Times and Sanford and Sons.
Yeah. I just had that on today. I had Sanford Son on earlier today. Lamont, that's my dude.
Mm-hmm.
Lamont be like, Pop. Yo, Lamont.
Lamont, you big dummy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Lamont, you big dummy.
Man, Grady is a fool.
How you like 5 of these across your lip?
Yo.
Yeah, Grady is a fool, man. Yeah.
And Mr. Cooper made a joke about Jed. I know you saw the episode. Mr. Cooper made a joke about
You hear that, Elizabeth?
He made a joke about Grady. That was so funny, man. The dude's hair was all dusty. He said, "Man, your head over there."
Oh yeah, I just recently heard that joke. Maybe yesterday or 2 days ago. He said, "Yeah, looking like Grady from Sanford." Or looking like Grady. Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Yo, Mr. Cooper. At first, I thought he wasn't funny, but he be sliding them jokes in, man.
Yeah, he'll slide in some jokes. Yeah, he'll slide some stuff in, and then I'll bust out laughing like, "Oh, okay, that was good. That was good." Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, he is funny. He's very funny.
Man, he's hilarious.
Yeah, you do slide him in, man.
I feel like he didn't get his just dues.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't get his job. I mean, he was hosting Apollo during that time too. When he was doing Hang with Mr. Cooper, he was also hosting Apollo because he took over for Sinbad, I think.
He was doing a lot. He put a lot of people on his show too. He put a lot of people on
his show. Yep.
And then didn't he he was in a fire, right? Or something like that. He got caught up in a dryer, and then ended up burning like 20% of his body or something like that.
Oh, I don't know about that one. I might have heard him talk about that years ago.
Crazy.
I think I did hear him talk. It was years ago. I think you're right. I think I did hear him talk about that. Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah.
And he was making jokes about it. He said Cosby and then was clowning them, and I was like, man. So, yeah, man, he's a funny dude. Funny. I'm trying to see what I'm gonna watch tonight, man. I don't know what's on tonight.
That's what now like I said, I might watch me some Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh man, Beverly Hills Cop.
Where is it at? Is it on Netflix?
Same with me.
Man, I gotta.
They might have put it back on Netflix.
I got a streaming app. Yeah, I got a streaming app that I pay for, man. It's like only about $14. And man, I get every channel there is, channels from out of the country. They show videos.
Well, what's the name of it?
What's
the name of it?
The name of it is called Ustream. Ustream.
Oh, I've heard about Ustream. Isn't some of that stuff illegal with Ustream?
No,
I'm
no,
not sure.
no,
Yeah,
no, no. Believe me. I had to look it up because I was like, how am I getting all of this?
right.
But it's not. But man, I get everything, man. I've cut
That's
out all of my
yeah. Okay.
cable, man. Cable was killing me,
I think
man.
I seen that. Yeah, I had to get rid of my cable, but I think Jazz like this too. But I like Hulu because Hulu has, if you like older TV shows, Hulu has
Yeah, yeah.
everything.
Hulu is
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
for
yeah,
real.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm hip to it. Hey, and
Hmm.
don't sleep on YouTube TV. YouTube TV is good also.
I never got
I
YouTube
don't know about
TV.
that.
I didn't subscribe to that to the TV
Yeah,
thing.
Hey,
I just
hey,
watch regular.
you could get local stations with them, local stations with them also.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen the plan before where
Okay.
you can do that. I have seen the plan. Yeah, I have seen the
Oh, they
plan
got a plan for that. Okay. I got
for
the
local
YouTube app.
television. It's like Sling. They I think YouTube has a plan that's
Oh,
similar to Sling TV. I think where
Yeah,
you can
like
get
Sling,
local stations. Yeah.
oh, okay. Okay. I
and
might.
Hulu does too. Hulu does live TV also.
Yeah, yeah. I had that.
Yeah,
I
they
paid
just
for.
started doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
because Hulu was expensive, man. Hulu was like what? It's like $56 a month, I think. Something
What?
like that.
Fifty
Dude,
six dollars?
Oh,
What are you
yeah,
paying,
yeah. By
man?
the time you get the ad and
Yeah,
channels and ad and premium
if you
channels,
add
yeah,
like
he's
Oh,
right.
you're adding stuff to. Oh no, I don't add anything.
oh, you don't add nothing?
Oh, no, all I have is just Hulu. That's it.
Okay.
Now I don't add that extra stuff. Oh no, 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 no. They get just the $5.99 from me. That's all
Okay.
they get. But
all I have is
it seems like it's actually cheaper to just, if you want to get those other networks, to just go to the other networks and just get it from them.
Oh,
Like don't get, like if you get it through Amazon or Hulu, it seems like you pay a little bit more per month. Like it might, like
maybe so.
if you go and get the CBS app,
Yeah.
CBS All Access, it only costs like $5.99 if you go to CBS and get it. But if
Okay.
you get it through Amazon, it'd be like $9.99 or something. You know, it's like they price gouge. So be careful. You might could get the exact same thing just by going to the company itself
That.
and
Yeah.
getting it from them. You might
Okay.
wind up getting the exact same thing. So yeah.
I'm gonna have to check into that because I think I have a stars. I think stars is what makes it be so much. Stars and another app that I have.
Mm.
I think I got CBS too. Stars, CBS.
Yeah, I have CB.
Um,
The only reason why I got CBS, I don't even know why I pay for it throughout the year. I'm a Big Brother fan. I don't care anybody. Oh, I didn't know Ron was back there. Sorry about that, Ron. I don't care what anybody say. I love Big Brother. I look at Big Brother every summer. It's I just love it. So of course,
Big
with
Brother
Big
is a
Brother,
bit.
they have the
It's
24-hour
nice.
live streams. Yeah, they have the 24 hours. So that's the only reason why I have the CBS app. But I really should just be counseling it. Like once CBS Big Brother go off, I should just counsel it until the next year and not just keep paying for it. But
yeah.
that's the
Yeah,
reason. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yep.
that's the only reason why I have CBS access is because I want to look at the 24-hour stream. Because when something goes on, like when there's like some big blow up or something, you know they're not going to show it on the TV. Then I'll
Yeah.
log onto the live stream. I'll be like, let me log on to the live stream and see what's going on. Yeah, that's me.
Yep.
I admit
Yep.
I look at Big Brother. Yes, I do. And I can't wait for this summer's Big Brother. I'm
I
waiting.
know.
I'm waiting patient. I'm trying to be patient. Like, come on, hurry
I
up,
know
Big
the
Brother.
same.
Come on.
yeah. I never could get into that show. I tried to, but I just couldn't get into it.
Man, I never thought I could get into, like, when I got into that show. The first time I got into it was season 2. I remember when season 1 came on, I'm like, I'll never look at nothing like this. And then season 2, I don't know what made me look at it, or season 2, but it was this dude named Dr. Will, right? Because at that show, like every year got someone named Will. That's why we always call this one Dr. Will. And he played the heck out that game, man. I mean, he was just really good. And he wound up winning. And so I just watched that season because he was good. And then I looked at season 3. And then after season 3, I stopped looking at it until like, and then around maybe season 12 or 13, I started looking at it again. It's like I went a whole lot of years without looking at it, and then once I started looking at it again, I've seen every single season since season 12. Man,
I've never seen that.
I'm talking about. I'm sitting at the end of my seats, like
read it.
I'm like, come on, what's getting ready to happen?
Who's in there? I never seen it. Who's
Oh
in it?
man, come on, man. You need to read up on what Big Brother is. It's not a it's a show. Yeah, it's a reality show, man. It's not like superstar. Well, I mean, they have had celebrity Big Brother, but now the regular Big Brother is people you don't know, man. They all move into a house together, man. Like 16 people move into a house.
Oh, y'all. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those type of things, man.
Okay, that's why I don't know about it. Yeah,
it's kind of like a real world almost back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's real world to the next level.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's celebrity Big Brother, Big Brother over the top. Yeah, they got a whole lot of different ones.
Yeah, the best one is the regular one for the summertime for me though. But I mean, I look at the other ones too. Over the Top was just a one-time thing. The celebrity one, actually, Tamar Braxton won that 2 years ago. Believe it or not, Tamar Braxton won that.
Oh yeah.
But go ahead.
Hey, she's another artist, man. That's got some pipes on her that she don't get her due recognition, man.
She's annoying.
Braxton could blow.
She is annoying as I don't know what, because I watched her the TV show. But yeah, she can sing she can out sing Tony any day, man.
Hey, she can out sing
her sister any day.
You know the way that she acts annoying. I just think that's part of her brand for real. I just think it's part of
that's her marketing. Yeah.
Big
but she could blow.
Okay. Oh, now I know who Big Brother. Yeah, Cisco was on Celebrity Big Brother one time.
Well, that was another country. I never saw that one. It wasn't the American one. I never saw it. I heard about him. I never saw it because it wasn't the American Big Brother.
Hey, I know Cisco is your boy, but Arias Spears played him also. Man. That's all I'm gonna say. I
might have to type that in too.
Hey, but you can't watch it on YouTube, man.
Okay, I got you.
It's dead wrong, man.
Is he the one that imitated Wanye one time? And going, I'm swallowing my pride, say I'm sorry, and then grabbed his neck.
I think so.
And then he grabbed his neck like this and was like, is this Mad TV or something? Is that what this is?
Yeah, Mad TV.
Okay, yeah. I've seen that clip before. He was like, I'm gonna swallow my pride, say I'm sorry. And then he did like this. It was like, and just grabbed his throat and was like, yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. Yes. Yes, I remember that.
I'm gonna have to type him up, man. I'm gonna end up watching him tonight.
Yeah. Just watch Mad TV, man. Arias Spears was, and I'm just like, dude, I guess he kind of like Jim Carrey, because Jim Carrey to me was hilarious on In Living Color. You know what I'm saying? And he done a few things after that, but you forget how funny these people are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, In Living Color was like, it was like so stupid. It was like kind of like not that funny to me.
Yeah, to be honest with you, man, I know that's another show that I will admit that there are times when I laugh, but it's just not as funny as people make it to be. I'm like, it wasn't that fun. The ones that was funny was Damon Wayans whenever he played Anton.
God.
Whenever he played Anton, I was laughing. Hey man, yeah, yo, I use this for crazy glue, man. I just go in here, I put this. And I think he was showing his cardboard box, how he home improvement, and not like how he keep his stuff. And he was like, I use this, man. It works like crazy glue. And he was digging up his notes on I just put this right there, and it works just like crazy glue. I was done.
And Living Color thing popped in my feed. And one of it was who's that? David Allen Greer playing Joe Jackson.
That's another funny cat.
I want to see that.
You remember Michael Jackson's song "Keeping in the Closet"?
Yeah.
but he redone it. There's something about you, Latoya, that makes me want to strangle you.
Something about you, Latoya, that makes me want to strangle you. I gotta hear
man,
that.
hey, now, if you want to put that up, that's pretty funny. But man, he's dressed like how Michael Jackson was in Keeping in the Closet, man.
Was this David Allen Greer?
Yeah, man.
Man,
Okay.
no, y'all missing the part where Damon Wayans used to be play that retarded superhero. That
Yeah.
He was good with that. He was good with that.
He was funny with that.
He was. That was
Damon Wayans is
hilarious.
a fool, man. The Wayans, period. They all funny to me. The Wayans is just funny, period.
Hey, they are.
I mean, it's just that show just wasn't as funny as people try to make it.
Yeah, it was
There was
like-
plenty of skits that I never
Yeah, I
I
couldn't really
never
get into it
laughed.
like
I
that.
never laughed. It's just, I'll just look at the whole thing and just be like, I don't
Because
get
it's like super stupid. Like it's too silly, man. It's kind of like Boys in the Hood without drinking. What's that called? Boys in the Hood.
Oh yeah,
to society while drinking your juice in the hood.
Yeah, that's like the longest movie title in the world, man.
Yo, that's mad funny. Yo.
Hey, that is.
Oh, what was like? He pointed the little water thing at him. What did he say, man? That joint was like, he was like, "Yo, man, these just some cheeseburgers, man." I don't want no cheeseburgers, man. Yo, that joint is mad.
Yeah, that scene when he was talking about I'll
That's
do
the funniest
anything
part.
for, and I was just like that. That was his little credit to me. That was too much for me when he said I'll do anything, and
I'll do
that
anything
was
for the cheeseburgers.
I said that's called just going too far. That was just going too far when he talked something about with the cheeseburger, and he was like, "No, that's not what I want." Yeah, I know what scene you're talking about. We definitely can't show it on here.
And then they went
But
behind the house. After that, they went behind the
How
house
much are you?
and did what they had to do. Yo, the Wayans is known for going too far, though. Man.
yeah, they go. Yeah, it's like they just
They
that
known
was just
for
too
that.
much. That was too much,
Give me
man. That
one
was
or
too
two.
much.
I actually like the Wayans Brothers show too. Like the first season is mad funny, man.
Yeah, their TV show was good, but part of the
It was
reason is
hilarious.
John Witherspoon, though.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
because
Bang, bang.
bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, Pops, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, their TV show was good.
Man,
Yo.
it's crazy. They even a final episode. They just canceled it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't last that long, right? It only went like
I think like 3 years.
3 seasons or something like that. 2 or 3 seasons, something like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Wayans, but what's his name? So Damon Wayans is man funny, and then the other brothers, what's their names? Dudes that had the braids.
Sean?
Yeah, Marlon is he's just stupid, man. Marlon just be doing stupid things.
They say he do anything. They say he's like a crackhead. He'll do anything for a joke or something, or for a laugh. For a laugh,
Yeah.
he'll do anything for a laugh.
Yeah, he
Now,
just crazy.
when I see in White Chicks,
Now that joint was I like oh boy, what's his name? He was in oh man, the big bald head dude with the muscles. He was in Friday
Terry
After Next.
Oh,
Terry
Zeus,
Crews.
tiny
He
Lister.
was singing that. He was singing that song in White Girls. What was the song he was singing when he was in a car? He was like, and White Chicks, and he was like,
That's my favorite part.
Y'all remember that part? When he was,
making my way downtown.
yeah, that's my favorite part, man.
yeah,
He's mad funny, man. Yeah.
Hey, that was hilarious.
Everybody hates Chris. I liked him in that too. He was good in that too. Old girl Pam was in there. Pam, crazy Pam.
Hey, I love that show. Everybody Hates Chris. That was really good.
It's on. I think it's either on Hulu or Netflix. It's on one of them. All the seasons.
Oh yeah. Chris character is
Yeah,
hilarious.
I done seen them all, man. That show was just hilarious to me, man. And
Yeah, the
I
TV
didn't
show
start
was.
watching it. I didn't start watching it till 2 or 3 years after it finished airing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I figured
when
out.
did it come out? Like 2006?
Like, yeah, somewhere around there. 04, 05, something like that.
Yeah.
And then like I love the first season. Old girl went into the bathroom, and then Terry Crews found out she was in the bathroom. He slapped her butt. He was like, "What are you doing in here?" He was like,
Oh,
"What are you doing in here? What are you doing in my bathroom?"
Hey, do you remember on that show when Chris asked for an allowance and his father went on for like 2 hours? I allow you to eat my food. I allow you to stay in my house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. Hold on, y'all. We gotta acknowledge my co-host. Hot Sauce just came up in the piece. What's going
What's up,
on, darling?
Spicy?
I came to regulate.
It's supposed to be hot sauce.
Are you regulating?
Hot sauce and
Yeah,
chicken wings. Where the chicken wings?
y'all too loud. Y'all too loud. People trying to sleep.
Where the
Oh
chicken
my
wings?
goodness, we too loud.
wow.
Well, it ain't no church tomorrow.
I know, right?
Thank
you.
Right.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that, Ron. Thank you, man. Like ain't no church tomorrow anyway.
Y'all too loud.
You supposed to be coming online with some chicken wings with hot sauce. You supposed to be coming with some chicken
You
wings.
know what? You know what? I did just cook. We are eating like clock at night, y'all. I fried some chicken wings too.
Oh man,
But,
well, did you at least save me a wing? I mean, a piece of a wing.
You know what?
Nope.
Who's that eating now? Somebody got the chip bag rattling.
Yeah, they like.
Well, D back there, D back there doing this right now.
Yeah, what's she doing?
She playing music.
Here we go. We get ready to do it now.
She in the music.
I mean, that head is bobbing hard.
This is where this started. Her doing stuff like this is where this little joke came from. Like she be bopping her head, so I start playing this while she's doing it to make it look like she's bopping her head to this.
I remember that.
And she needs to play it.
I mean, whatever she's working on.
She having a good time, yo. But this is not the first time that we've talked about her, and she has no idea whatsoever what's going on. She has no idea what's going on. And she'll do this for like 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden she'll turn around and notice that I'll do something like this. This is what I'll do with her. I'll do this. Right? And then eventually she'll turn around and see that I got her zoomed in. And be like, what you doing?
But don't y'all want to hear like unmute her mic?
She must have forgot that she
I don't think I can unmute it if she muted it. I didn't mute it. So I can't. I can try. Well, let me try. Hold on.
She done went into worship.
Yeah, she probably forgot.
Yeah, it says I cannot unmute. Yeah, it says I cannot unmute it because she muted it. Now, if I muted it, I could unmute it. But when you unmute it,
I want to hear what she's doing. I want to hear what she's doing. Because if she's asking what intervals and what.
Hey, Sabrina, this is what she's doing.
Like if she's asking all them questions during the training, I want to hear her play.
I know for real.
She played for a church, but she can't be asking what C major in the second inversion is. I don't need her. I don't want her to do that.
Hey, Sabrina, behave yourself. Does that sound familiar, Sabrina?
I love her.
Does that sound familiar, Sabrina? Behave yourself.
And you put her out there.
I'm trying.
C major.
Right?
What?
I'm
Be
trying.
nice. Be nice.
I'll behave.
Hey, not C major.
I think my 7-year-old niece know what that is. C major.
Well, no, she knows what she didn't say. She didn't know what a C major was. That's not what she was saying. That's not what she was saying. She was talking about inversion. She was talking about inversion.
And I'm just messing with her. She played for a church. I couldn't pay nobody to listen to me play.
Actually, you could. You just keep saying that. You say that, but I'm sure people will pay to hear you play.
We done seen a YouTube page. We seen you.
What's your PayPal? I'll send you some money right now for you to play that song with the A major chord in it. I'll pay you something right now for you to play the song with the A major chord. What's your PayPal?
But you know what?
Hey,
And I'm gonna say
me
this
too.
because go ahead, Ron.
I said I want to hear that A major too. I've
Yeah,
been
we've been
dying to
waiting
hear
for a
it.
long time, Sabrina. You kept this on the
That
we've been
And you know
waiting.
what? Every since you said that, you ain't been on here consistently
you
like
keep
that.
saying
You've
you're
been
gonna
doing
do it.
pop-ins.
Yeah, she thinks she's slick. She thinks she's
Ron
slick.
didn't
I
called you
gotta,
out. He didn't called you
I
She
out.
gotta
be
run,
doing
y'all.
drive-bys.
Some just came up,
There she
y'all. I
go.
gotta
There she go.
run.
Look
I gotta run.
you already
Gotta go
don't you go anywhere. What are you
finish
talking
them
about?
chicken wings off.
My little church finger. You want them chicken wings? I can't believe I overseasoned that chicken. Man, I'm so mad.
How
You
you do
It
that?
overseasoned
happens
it?
to the best
How you
Don't
of
you
do
us.
hate
that?
it when you over?
What, too much salt, you mean? Like what? It was too salty or
We
something like
had to
that?
pull the dang old skin off.
Oh wow. Are
It
you,
don't
Who's
matter.
calling me?
That's
Oh,
the
that's
best
somebody from
part.
the church.
Oh, it's season, man.
Why
Ooh,
Hold
somebody from
on.
the church calling you at 11 o'clock at night? Okay.
What kind of church you go to?
I know, right? Mm. I think she must be frozen because she answered the phone call. That's probably what happened. Yeah, she probably answered the phone, so that's why her camera's frozen. But
she over there looking like you, Jazz.
I know, right?
With that same face.
Well, you know how it is. I mean, that's how the host of the shows be. That's how we roll, man. That's how we roll. We hold our poses. That's what we do. We just hold our pose.
Hey,
and
but
we
check
do
this out. You didn't see the comment section. Somebody said Jazz looked like the Tin Man.
Yo, that was
needing oil.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that one.
Why well, I don't get it. Why did I look like the Tin Man? What did I do to make myself look like the Tin Man?
Because you
just froze
like
up,
the
straight
Tin
up.
Man.
Oh, because that's because I got out.
Straight up froze up.
Oh man.
Hey, because I was looking
I
at
need
it.
some oil.
Hey, because I was like, how did he keep that same
Right.
look
It's
for that
called,
2 minutes?
man. It's called skills, man.
Right.
It's called skills,
Right?
man.
I'm like,
Ron,
yo, this man didn't even blink.
Yo, what's up with you?
2 minutes with no blinking. Okay.
Hey, yeah, you was froze like that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I know the reason why. I'm pretty sure that she answered her phone, and that's why she was frozen. That's why that thing dropped out on her. So, but with me, it was the whole Chrome browser crashed. That's what happened with me.
Yeah,
it was the whole browser
Somebody said the Corona got him.
And I was chippity choppity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you back to being Ron Music for Life again.
Yeah, I had to clean everything up and go back in and erase them. I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah.
And I could hear some of y'all, but I couldn't hear everybody.
Okay.
Got you.
Yeah, and I put Ron on there because Ron is actually my birth name is Ronald. That was my birth name. So that's why I put that up there. And they
I
used to
knew
call
you
me
was
Ron
cut from
G.
good cloth.
They used to call me Ron G.
I knew you was cut from good cloth, man.
Did you legally change your name, or you just want?
I actually I was going through some things and I switched up and I changed my name up about a long time after I left the military. I changed my name.
I would love to do that, but my father would kill me since I'm named after him.
So you're a junior.
Me too.
Well, Ron, I am too. I was.
My father would kill me. Then my grandfather would kill me.
Dude,
I was Ron the second. My dad. My
dude,
dad named Ron.
Dude, I'm so mad about that. My father, he insists that we need to start a legacy, and he convinced me back when I was 19. Man, name your son that. And I named my son that, man.
See, the way my father does it, my father would tell me to name my son after him.
Oh man. Man.
So all y'all just a bunch of juniors up on here then. Okay, I had no idea all y'all juniors and seconds.
Everybody junior.
Except for me, I'm not a I'm not a junior.
Oh, you're not? I thought it was Richard Morris Jr. Oh, I say Richard Morris. I don't know what I
I
was
mean,
thinking about, bro.
I'm not. I'm not
I'm
against
sitting
it,
here like,
but
what the world? You get more.
yeah,
Richard Morris is the name of Cochise from Cooley High. His
Exactly.
real name was Richard Morris.
I don't
Like,
know why I'm thinking about him.
I'm not Cochise. That was Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, whatever his name was,
Yeah.
playing the character of Richard Morris, aka Cochise. Man, get it together, man.
He was up in there. Oh,
He
Richard
also played
Morris.
the role of Joe Jackson too.
Richard
Yeah, he
Morris.
sure did. He done a
Yeah.
good job
yep,
too.
yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Who left the towel in the swimming pool? You gonna get it? You gonna get it? Who left the towel in the swimming pool?
That's a versatile actor right there. That's a versatile actor right
Yeah,
there.
that scene in the movie when, and that was when Angela Bassett was like, "Come in here.
Go to
What you gonna
bed,
do?
Joe.
You gonna make them go out there and get a switch and beat them with it?" And so she was like, "Just go to bed, Joseph. Go to bed." That was so
that was
funny. And all he could do was just stand there. He just stood there looking like. And she was like, "What you gonna do? Make them go out there and get a switch so you can beat them with it? Go to bed, Joseph. Go to bed."
Hey, but
Yeah.
he had that. I don't know how he done his eyebrows to make it look like Joe Jackson. Also, man.
yeah, yeah.
He was good, man. He really was good in that movie, man. And the funny thing about it is that prior to that movie, I had no idea. Like, I didn't even have any inkling that the Jacksons went through that type of,
Oh,
relation.
really?
Oh yes, sir.
I had not before the movie. I had
Oh,
no.
okay.
So when I was looking at the movie, there was a lot of part of that movie. I'm just sitting there with my mouth dropped, like, dang, that's what their father did. You know what I'm saying? So, man, that was that movie was eye opening for me, man.
But I'll tell y'all something funny, man. All the Jacksons, all their voices
Jackin'.
sound just alike.
Jackin'.
Even Janet.
Yep.
Even Janet. All
But they all
sound
talk real
alike.
soft.
They all sound like that, man. It's crazy.
I mean, I think
Even
if I had to
Jermaine.
choose,
I think
Yeah.
the
if I
only
had to
one
choose,
that's still the realest is Tito. Tito is pretty.
yeah, I
he's
think
pretty
Tito's the
real,
only
but
one
Yeah,
that
he's
all of
like a
them got
deep
that.
voice. Yeah, Tito talks with like a regular voice. Well,
Oh, he does.
my
Okay.
father. I think my father did a good job. He did what
right?
all the other dads did around. He had a whole bunch of sons, and he wanted to make sure. He talks. Yeah, he definitely talks different from
Okay.
the rest of
I
them.
must
Yeah.
have never heard him talk before.
Hey, but he grabbed up Latoya. Who you think you are talking to me like that? You messing around like your brother Jackie?
Oh yeah, in the movie. Yeah, in the
In
movie.
the
Yeah.
movie, yeah.
I'm not like that. I don't do that. That was Reby. I think that was Reby.
Yeah,
That was
that
Monica
was.
Calhoun. It was Monica Calhoun playing Reby Jackson. That's who it was.
And
I'm not
that's
like
another.
that.
Hey, Monica
No,
Calhoun is
I'll tell
another
you what
one of
really
my
got me.
favorite actresses that don't get the props she
Yeah,
deserves.
she's excellent, man. I
Oh
just
yeah,
started
she's
following her on
great.
Instagram not too long ago, man. Because she's good, man. I liked her in a lot of stuff, man.
Oh
I'm like,
yeah,
if they ever make another Best Man movie, I might not want to look at it because they killed her off on the second one.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
crazy. That was a good movie too.
Yeah. But yeah, I like how, man. I think the Jacksons movie was the first time I ever saw Monica Calhoun. That was my introduction to her, and ever since then, every time I saw her on something, I've always thought that she was like beyond excellent.
And
Man,
so
same
was
with me. That was the
there's
first time I
another
seen
girl
her.
also that played in a lot of 90s movies. I can't think of her name. She played in a couple Tyler Perry movies. God, what's her name?
Well,
I
I
think
know
she played
I know
like
her.
an intern in one of Tyler Perry's movies, but she played in a lot of early 90s stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cause that's my homeboy. I know. I watched all his movies. So I know I done seen her. Is she like kind
How?
of light skinned?
No, she's a brown skin and she got a short hairstyle, but she plays like
You don't know who
a
Monica
lawyer
Calhoun is?
intern.
I can't put a face to it though.
Did you
Oh,
ever see The Best Man?
Yeah.
Monica Calhoun is the wife for Ricky from Boys in the Hood.
Okay.
The one that was sleeping
yeah,
around
yeah.
with Tay Diggs. That's Monica Calhoun. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ricky.
Ricky.
That's not funny. Though. That's not funny, man. But
Nah, it's not.
am I the only
No,
person?
I think
Am I the
that
only
movie was
person
the
who
first time I
looked
cried
at
watching
Boys?
the movie.
Yeah, am I the only person that look at Boys in the Hood and just hope that ending changes?
Yeah, it is
It's
bad,
like every
man.
time I
I
It's
look
do it
at
every time.
it's like
Dude,
I
Every
hope.
time
It's
I
like I
do.
look at it and I just hope that some kind of way John Singleton snuck a different ending in it and he don't die. It's like that's just one of those.
yeah, because he just filled with blood,
that,
man, and they
that,
Yeah,
put
that
him on the
dude,
couch.
That
dude, that's my wife.
whoo,
I had to tell
that
her
gave
one
me
time
They
she was watching.
goosebumps,
She
man.
was on edge. I said, you know,
they
he
lit.
dies, and she's like, yeah, I know it, but I'm just hoping every time, you know.
They lit him. Yeah,
Right? Yeah, exactly.
but I'm
all
like that with Cochise
all
though.
the movies. Yeah, all of
I'm
the
like that
movies.
with
Yeah,
Cochise. Every time I
yeah.
look at Cooley High, I'm like,
I don't even watch that
don't
part. I
make
don't
him
even
hit
watch
his
that.
tempo. Like, don't hit him so hard that he hits his tempo on that
As
steel thing, man. And
as
every
soon
single
as
Yeah,
time,
Cochise,
yeah.
clack, clack.
nah. As
Yeah,
soon as he leaves the train, I turn it off. When he gets on the
right,
train with old girl and start talking to her, I just turn it
right,
off after
right.
that.
When yeah,
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 she trying to tell him what you call it.
yeah. That preacher, ran after him, and she was like, "What ran after me?" Well, actually, I know you're talking about right.
Yeah,
First, preach was with
Man,
her,
I keep it
but
on.
then once preach
I keep
found
that part
out
on.
that
I just close my eyes and cover my ears.
and then you got Menace to Society. Same thing when
Oh yeah,
Kane was like, oh, jumped in
Oh
front of
man.
old boy. It's like, yo, man,
he
yo,
said my grandpa asked me once whether I want to live or die.
live or die. Yo, that's mad sad, man.
Yeah,
And
that
yo,
is.
House of Jazz, I didn't know Kane was on Mr. Cooper. I didn't know Kane was on there being he was
one
doing funny skits
episode.
on there. He was on like 2 or 3 episodes of Mr. Cooper on the first season. Kane
Mm,
was in there. Yeah, he was in one of the students. He was being funny too. I was like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I was like, oh. And Mr. Cooper said, "You got your pants down." He said, "If they have a fire drill, you be walking like, yo, Mr. Cooper."
Oh yeah, he's funny. Yeah, Mark Curry's funny. Oh, D is
Mark
back with
Curry.
us. Hey D, just to let you
D, we
know,
back to the
if you
jamming.
ever look back at this video, there are times when we were just doing because you were back and Sabrina even came on. You missed it, like Sabrina came on and she was like, "What is D doing back there?"
Yeah,
She
Hey,
got a
she
phone
was
call.
going hard.
in your own world.
Yeah, she was
Yeah,
going hard at it.
I started doing this and I started explaining. This is why we do this to her sometimes because she just zones out. And then I even did this for about 3 seconds. I did this. I did that for about 3 seconds.
Oh man.
I'm like,
Ron
yo,
said,
it's like she
Ron
just,
said she get her praise on.
Do, do, do,
I
do.
kind of got lost in this one song.
yeah. So, well, what were you playing something on the piano or something?
Yeah, I was on the chord over here and playing the song for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You
Oh,
was
you got
jamming.
church tomorrow?
I was like, I said, yeah, she got it, y'all. I mean, you was like,
I was like, yeah, she was feeling it.
I was like, this is exactly why she be getting hit with this. I'm like, this is exactly why she be getting hit.
Getting
It's
hit with the
crazy.
bling 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 bling.
Yep.
Oh, Jazz, man, I meant to tell you, you did your thing on that tutorial, man. That the player Cheers,
Oh
that
yeah.
the remix. Oh boy,
Oh
did
yeah, man. That was man.
that
Whew.
tell you. He threw them extra little chords in the and, oh that thing is
Well, that's what
tight.
you asked me for. You said
Yeah,
you
that
said
shit
you
tight.
wanted the
Yep.
extra chord. So I
And he
said,
was
well,
doing it. He was doing it. Yep.
I saw that tutorial. I was like, man, I hate this dude.
Yeah, that dude. I was like, yo, I gotta learn these chords. I said, let me ask Jazz, man. I can't see what he's doing. I couldn't see what he was doing.
mhm.
But I knows now.
Well, it's not exactly what he was doing, but it's close enough though.
It was real close, real close.
Yeah, cause that one them step
You
up.
talking about Johnny Gill, Cheers to You, or whatever.
Yeah, that was
Play, yeah,
Nassim.
dude
Yeah,
from Play.
Nassim was the one that paid for that tutorial to be done.
What's that dude's name? Smoke Diggler. The new member,
Yeah,
Drew Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Man,
but
I don't even man.
players from
Drew Hill just fell
here
off,
from
man.
Louisville.
Oh, they're from
They are?
Louisville. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Okay.
So you got
said
so
that I'm
now there's more people from Louisville in Drew Hill than they are from
Then
Baltimore
Baltimore.
because all you
That's
got is
what I'm
just
saying,
those
man.
two people in Cisco. That's all you got. Because Nokia is gone.
Nokia
No,
left.
Nokia's
Nokia's
gone
gone.
now. So it's like, yo, how Drew Hill going to go from being the Baltimore, like, they were our saviors. Like, yo, they putting
Shit.
Baltimore on the map, and
And
now you
now, which
got
one is Nokia?
Nokia was the one that sung the least out of all of them. I'll say
Yeah,
that. He
he's
sung the
like
least out of all of them.
the
Uh,
skinny dude, the
okay.
real
Jazz.
skinny.
Okay, well, you know
You
who
got
Jazz
it.
is, right? Jazz was the big boy.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know who Cisco is. Do you know who
Oh, yeah.
Woody is? Do you know who Woody is?
Or who Woody
I'm not
was.
familiar with
Woody
him.
is the one with the not the deep voice, but I know who
I'm
Woody.
asking Ron because I was trying. He wanted to know who Nokia was. I'm trying to give him a process of elimination.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, well, let me. I'll just show you a picture. I'll show you a picture
He
of
was
him.
the first video. He had the
But
first 5
Jazz,
steps.
they came to Louisville back in 2015, and he wasn't in real good health, man. He done most of his scene is sitting on the side of the stage. They
Oh
had to
yeah,
call the
I
medic.
saw that one. I saw that one.
Yeah, they had to call the medics out, man. On that second song, man, he just
Oh,
couldn't.
really?
Yeah,
What
he could.
say that again, Ron? What happened?
Jazz, they had to call the medics out, man. I guess I don't know if it was too much for him with the dancing and the singing at the same time, but he just sung on side of the stage. His health wasn't real good then.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
really?
his health is still kind of.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah.
you know, he still kind of has some issues now.
Cause
Um,
Cisco said whenever they dance and sing, they don't even bring Jazz out no more. They said they
Yeah,
just do it without him.
yeah,
So
because
well,
after
yeah, I
when they
mean, yeah, you
got to
can
the
see that on YouTube. You can see that on YouTube where
Well,
Jazz,
yeah.
he comes out
Because I
when,
remember he did
well,
it.
when he was in the group, he would come out when it was time to sing "Never Make a Promise." As soon
yeah.
as it was time for that, Cisco would say, "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest singers in the world, Jazz," and then they'll come up and then he'll start
Okay,
singing,
yeah.
"I don't have to
Cause
think about."
Because I remember watching
cause
his song. He was like, they couldn't even do "Tell Me."
yeah, cause
that's my
they
favorite
can't do
part.
the tell
Well,
me.
no, they still do it. They
Yeah.
do it all, but Jazz just when Jazz was in the group, he just wouldn't be on stage.
Yeah, he wouldn't be on
He would
stage.
still be
Yeah,
singing the background harmonies. He just would be
Yeah,
singing the backstage. You wouldn't see him. You know, he's
yeah,
Yeah.
singing with them, but he's just off stage because he couldn't do all that jumping. So he's back there
yeah.
adding harmony and everything, but
yeah.
he wasn't doing that jumping and all that
I mean,
stuff.
he's the one that really makes that song to me, really. Cause
I mean, he
Yeah.
made
Yeah.
that. I mean, his voice is
I think he made. I
it's
think he was a big part of the
a
group,
part of
man.
that harmony. I mean, I mean, he has such. I'm gonna tell you this, and this is the truth. I am not saying this because he went on to become a member of Drew Hill. I promise you, before he ever signed a record contract, that dude was one of my favorite singers in the world.
Oh
Because
yeah,
when we was in high school, and like he would get like a solo or something like that, or we also had a jazz choir, like jazz vocal. We had a jazz vocal choir, and when I tell you, like, if it was a section where he could do some scatting, and he would just add, I'm just like, yo. I remember asking one time, I signed a before record contract. I didn't even know that they signed anything. And I was like, how do you do all that? And he just looked at me and said, I don't know. It just comes out. I promise you. This is just during high school, yo. I was a fan of that dude, not even knowing that he
that he
was
was
going
gonna be
I
like
didn't
that.
even, and I was just like, this
Man,
dude, he was on some other level when it comes to singing. He was on another level, man. And when they came, the first time I saw Tell Me, here's what's funny. In 1996, I graduated high school. Jazz was at the graduation. Him and Nokio graduated 1 year before me. Nokio's sister was in my class. So Nokio was there. I remember seeing him out there. And Jazz's girlfriend at the time was in my class too. I remember seeing Jazz out there. I didn't even know his name was Jazz. I was still calling him Laurie back then. So I was and Nokio, I was calling him Tamir because I never heard I never called him Nokio before. If I ever
Yeah.
saw him, it'd be like his name was Tamir Ruffin, you know. So they were at my graduation. This is June 1996. I see both of them, right? You don't think nothing of it, you know, because I knew why Tamir was there because his sister was graduating. I knew why Laurie was there. His girl was graduating. Okay, so I think it was like what 4 or 5 months later. I'm looking at BET. It must have been Video Soul or something like that. And I remember, you know how Video Soul, one of those shows, it was one of those shows, and I heard them saying we got this new group, Drew Hill, right? Now I had no idea. I knew them as Legacy. I never knew that they changed their name. So so that name didn't mean anything to me except the fact that I need y'all to understand. I only live 2 blocks away from Druid Hill Avenue. Okay,
Okay.
like I don't, so I'm like when I heard Drew Hill, I'm like, why does that sound familiar? Drew Hill. And it's funny. I'm sitting here not knowing that they had a record contract. I knew nothing. I just saw them 4 or 5 months ago at my graduation, and all of a sudden, I saw Larry come out. Anything is possible, and I'm like, "That's Larry!" I was like, "No, that's Larry!" I was going crazy. I was like, "They made it! They made it! That's Legacy!" And I'm not calling them that was this, but when I saw that, it did not shock me that he made it because I'm like, yo, that dude. I know Cisco is the front man. I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
I even understand why he has to be the front
His
man.
personality.
Because every group had to have that person with that personality. Boys the Men had the Wanye, Jodeci had KC. Okay, so I get it, but man, it was like I really wasn't shocked. I was just excited that I'm like, yo, that's Larry. I just saw him at my graduation like 5 months ago. So that was crazy, man. But that was crazy. And ever since
What
then,
about your boy? What about Tank? I know Tank has done some things too.
Tank? See, I don't see with Larry. The reason why I know Larry is because Larry and I was on the choir together, whatever. I'm not saying we were like the best of friends and we talked every day, but we never had no issues. Just some basic conversations like you would have if you're in a group of people, whatever. With Tank was he was on the Morgan State Choir. And Andrea was on the choir at the time too for one semester. And his name was Darrell Babs. Okay, he wasn't. I didn't know him as Tank. We knew him as Darrell Babs, and he was there for one semester. I want to say, and then he just disappeared. And it was a couple of years later, and my friend Shanika, who was on the choir, and she, real good friend of mine from college, whatever. We were talking. Now I had already, started listening to Maybe I Deserve, right? And I liked the song, right? Do you know I did not know that was Darrell Babs? And I think I was talking to Shanika about it, and she said, and I guess she could tell by the way I was talking that she could tell I didn't know who that was. And she was like, Richard, that's you know who that is, right? I remember her saying it. And I was like, what you mean? You mean Tank? She said, I mean, you know who that is, though, right? We went to school with him. And I'm like, we did? He went to Morgan? And I'm gonna explain why I didn't recognize him. I promise you, Tank did not have any muscles. When he was in college, it was like when I'm looking at Maybe I Deserve, this dude is like, so I never knew. And she said, Richard, that's Darrell Babs. And I was like, oh, you talking about the one that taught us the song? She was like, yeah, and I said, no, it's not. I said he was like he was skinny as a pencil. I was saying stuff, and then all of a sudden I looked at the face, and I was like, oh my. So I didn't even know when I was listening to the song. Maybe I Deserve, singing it, not even knowing that I went to college with him. That he was on the choir with me for one semester. So
I liked him. I liked him until he was beating on Latoya Luckett.
It's just he was acting, man.
Oh yeah, the movie, yeah. That's a funny movie.
I told you that before, man.
Yeah, Tank got a few songs. He got a few songs out.
Oh, Jazz. Brandy said she came late because she was watching the Clark Sisters movie.
Oh, I understand.
Brandy said she was late because she was watching the Clark Sisters.
Yeah, I see it. I get it, Brandy, because to be honest with you, we actually mentioned that And I was like, you know what? I almost wanted to cancel this live because that movie was coming on. But I know for a fact that Lifetime is going to play the heck out of that movie over and over and over. So I was, but I, in the back of my mind, I did think about canceling it this live because I want to see that.
I know.
Hey, Brandy, I want to see. Now, don't tell me about it, but I want to. I saw a clip in the movie, and I said this earlier in the stream, where Twinkie sold her publishing, and her whole family was confronting her about it, and it looked like Maddie Moss Clark was ready to just kill her. I want to see that scene right there. That's the scene I want to see.
Man, I'll
I
tell you
want.
what. I didn't see the movie, but they did a great job casting the girls for the Clark sisters, man.
Yeah, I think, and you know, Lifetime gets a lot of flack for doing a lot of stuff bad, but I really think that this one is probably done right.
I mean,
They got, for doing their Leah movie, they got, a lot of backlash for that
yeah,
and all that. But I think this one is I think this one is done right because the Clark sisters was involved in it. You know what I'm saying? They was really
yeah,
involved.
yeah, yeah.
So it's good. Well, what's your opinion of the movie, Brandy? Was it good?
All right, fellas, I'm out of here. See y'all later, YouTubers.
All right, Ron.
All right, Ron.
Thank you for coming through, sir.
All righty.
All right, man. Hey, Brandy, what's your opinion without telling us about the movie? What's your opinion about the movie?
Yeah, man. The thing about Lifetime movies, though, man, like I don't care about it, but like once you watch like the first few minutes of it, you get so attached to the movies.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't matter what movie it is. It could just be just a random movie that comes on, and if you look at the
Exactly.
beginning of it, you do want to see what happens.
That's why she couldn't
Like,
answer
what's gonna happen? Is
answer
it gonna
my
good? Is she gonna
call the
die?
other time. She was looking at the movie.
She said it was good with a couple of O's and a whole bunch of exclamation points. Yeah, I definitely look forward to that. Hmm. But okay, well, I think it's probably about time to wind down
Oh
anyway. We
yeah.
were gonna wind down earlier, but
Yep.
we got the conversation got a new
Nah,
burst of
he's
life. It
Yep.
got a new burst of life, but yeah, it's about that time. So those out there, again, if you just tuned in and you tuned in because you wanted to see the information about augmented chords, diminished chords, and all the other chords, we did do that. We did have a lesson. All you have to do is look at the beginning part of the stream. I spent about a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes, saying hello to everybody, and then I go ahead on and I do start the lesson. So if you just tuning in and you missed it, and that's what you want to see, I'm getting ready to end the stream now. And once it ends, it does take YouTube a little time to do whatever they got to do. And then all of a sudden it'll post. And then all you have to do is just look at the upload of it and you'll get the lesson. I went over sus4 chords, sus2 chords, dominant 7 chords, augmented chords, diminished chords. We
Yep.
talked about finding the relative minor scale from major, and we talked. I mean, we maybe one or two other things too. So we did do a lot. We talked a lot of
Almost.
theory today. So make sure you check that out. It's at the beginning of the stream. So but with that said, more than likely the next stream will be Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern
Yep.
Standard Time. Hopefully you will join us. And until then, peace.
Peace.